You are not broken, but there is a tired part of your mind that has been carrying too much for too long. Every day you show up, you function, you handle what needs to be handled. From the outside, it looks like strength, but inside there is constant pressure, thoughts that never fully rest, emotions that never quite finish, a quiet sense that something is off, even when life looks fine. When the day ends and the world grows quiet, that's when it becomes clear. Looping thoughts, tension in the body, old memories replaying without permission, a weight you keep holding because you never learned how to set it down. Not because you are weak, not because something is wrong with you, but because no one ever taught you how to rest the mind. You were taught to endure, to push through discomfort, to stay busy so you wouldn't have to feel. You learned how to survive storms, but not how to calm them. Over time, the mind stayed alert, guarded, tense, forgetting how to be still. The Stoics understood this long ago. They knew the mind does not need fixing, it needs training. Peace is not something you wait for, it is something you practice. Thoughts lose their power when you observe them instead of obeying them, and clarity begins when the mind stops fighting itself. This is not about forcing positivity or escaping reality, and it is not about becoming someone else. This is a reset, a return to steadiness, a way to loosen the grip of thoughts that were never meant to control you. Here, you don't fight the mind or judge it, you let it settle. And when the mind grows quiet, clarity follows. Life feels lighter, not because everything changed, but because you did. Take a breath. You're not broken. Your mind just needs this stoic reset. The mind rarely jumps forward on its own. It drifts, it lingers, it compares, and just when you begin to feel calm, a quiet thought slips in and tightens the chest. I should be further by now. That thought doesn't arrive loudly. It doesn't announce itself as fear. It disguises itself as truth. And once it settles in, it starts shaping how you see your entire life. That feeling of being behind doesn't come from your life itself. It comes from where your attention has been trained to look. Modern life keeps your eyes fixed outward, on timelines, milestones, achievements, and other people's progress. Without realizing it, you measure your worth against moving targets that were never designed for you. The result is a constant sense of delay, as if life is a race you somehow missed the starting signal for. But the Stoics would pause here. They would ask a simple question. Behind compared to what? Because when you strip the emotion away, you find that being behind is not a real position. It is a mental calculation, a comparison error, a conclusion drawn from incomplete information. Every comparison assumes equal starting points, equal conditions, and equal goals. Life offers none of these. Some people begin with support, safety, and confidence. Others begin with chaos, responsibility, or fear. Some are rewarded early. Others are delayed but deepen. Yet the mind flattens all of this into a single line and demands that you measure yourself against it. That demand is not fair, and it is not accurate. The deeper problem is not comparison itself, but identification. When you compare your life to someone else's, you don't just observe differences, you assign meaning to them. You translate timing into worth, speed into value, visibility into success. Slowly, the mind starts telling a story. If I were better, I would be further. That story feels convincing, but it is built on false assumptions. The Stoics believed that suffering often comes not from events, but from the judgments we attach to them. Feeling behind is not pain, The meaning you attach to it is, you take a neutral fact, where you are right now, and turn it into a verdict about who you are. And once the mind believes that verdict, it carries it everywhere. Another hidden trap is the belief that life moves in a straight line. Progress rarely does. Growth happens in cycles, pauses, regressions, and sudden leaps. What looks like stagnation from the outside is often preparation happening beneath the surface. Skills forming, perspective sharpening, strength building quietly. But because these changes don't announce themselves, the mind dismisses them. Social comparison makes this worse because it shows you outcomes, not processes. You see someone's results, not their confusion, delays, or private failures. You see the highlight, not the years of uncertainty behind it. The mind then fills in the blanks with self-blame. This is not insight. It is imagination turned against you. The Stoics trained themselves to return to what they could control. Not the pace of others, not the expectations of society, not the timing of recognition. Only their own actions, values, and responses. When you anchor yourself there, the idea of being behind begins to lose its grip, because behind implies a race. And the Stoics did not live as racers. They lived as practitioners. There is also a quiet arrogance hidden in the feeling of being behind. It assumes you know exactly how your life should unfold. It assumes you have perfect knowledge of the future and the correct timeline for becoming who you are meant to be. The Stoics would call this false certainty. Life is not late, it is unfolding. When you release the need to be on time according to someone else's clock, something softens. You stop rushing your growth. You stop punishing yourself for lessons that took time. You begin to see your path as responsive rather than defective. The mind no longer demands proof that you are enough. It starts focusing on what needs to be done today. Being behind is not a diagnosis. It is a signal that your attention has drifted away from your own lane. The moment you return to what is in front of you, the comparison fades. Not because you suddenly feel superior, but because you feel grounded, present, engaged with your own work instead of haunted by imaginary timelines. This is where the reset begins, not by pushing harder or judging less, but by seeing clearly. You were never failing. You were comparing incomplete stories and calling the result truth. When that habit loosens, the mind becomes quieter, and in that quiet, progress becomes personal again, not measured by speed, but by alignment. Once the need to measure yourself against false timelines begins to loosen, something else becomes noticeable. The mind does not just compare, it reacts, quickly, automatically, often without permission. A single thought, a comment, a memory can trigger a full emotional response before you even understand what happened. This is where much of inner suffering quietly takes root. There is a common belief that emotions tell the truth, that if something feels heavy, urgent, or painful, it must be important and acted on immediately. The Stoics disagreed. They saw emotions not as commands, but as signals, raw information that needed time before meaning was assigned. They understood that reacting too quickly was not honesty. It was habit. Emotional delay is the ability to create space between what you feel and what you believe. It is not suppression. It is not denial. It is restraint guided by clarity. The Stoics trained themselves to pause because they knew the first emotional wave is rarely accurate. It is shaped by fear, memory, and expectation rather than reality. When something happens, the mind rushes to interpret it. It labels events as good or bad, threatening or safe, personal or meaningless. Emotions follow those judgments instantly, but those judgments are often rushed and incomplete. Emotional delay interrupts this chain. It says, "Not yet. Let this settle before deciding what it means." Most emotional pain is not caused by events, but by the speed at which meaning is attached to them. A message goes unanswered, and the mind decides it is rejection. A mistake happens, and the mind calls it failure. A change occurs, and the mind labels it loss. These conclusions feel true because they arrive with emotion, but feeling convinced is not the same as being correct. The Stoics believed emotions needed time to age, the same way strong flavors do. Fresh emotions are sharp, exaggerated, and unstable. Given time, they soften. Details appear. Perspective widens. What felt overwhelming becomes manageable. What felt personal becomes contextual. This shift does not happen through force. It happens through waiting. Emotional delay works because the nervous system calms before the mind decides. When the body is activated, the brain prioritizes survival over accuracy. Everything feels urgent. Everything feels absolute. Waiting allows the body to return to baseline, where thinking becomes clearer and less defensive. This skill is especially powerful in moments of anger, anxiety, or shame. These emotions demand immediate response. They push you toward reaction, words you can't take back, decisions you regret, stories you repeat. Emotional delay gives you the power to choose not to obey the first impulse, not because it is wrong, but because it is unfinished. The Stoics practice this by separating impression from judgment. An impression is the raw experience, a tone of voice, a look, a sensation. A judgment is the story you tell yourself about it. Emotional delay keeps these two apart. It allows you to say, "Something happened, and I am feeling something, but I will not decide what it means yet." This space changes everything. It prevents temporary emotions from becoming permanent beliefs. It stops short-term discomfort from shaping long-term identity. It allows you to respond rather than react. Over time, this creates emotional stability, not through control, but through understanding. Another hidden benefit of emotional delay is trust in yourself. When you stop acting on every feeling, you learn that emotions pass on their own. You stop fearing them. You no longer rush to fix, avoid, or express everything immediately. This builds quiet confidence. You know you can sit with discomfort without being consumed by it. Modern life trains the opposite habit. Speed is praised. Expression is encouraged without reflection. Reactions are rewarded with attention. The Stoics chose the slower path because they valued clarity over relief. They knew that relief fades quickly, but clarity lasts. Practicing emotional delay does not make you cold. It makes you precise. Your responses become cleaner. Your words carry less regret. Your actions align more closely with your values instead of your moods. You stop letting passing emotions decide the direction of your life. This is not about waiting forever. It is about waiting long enough. Long enough for the emotional surge to settle. Long enough for reason to return. Long enough to see the situation without distortion. Once that happens, action becomes simpler and more effective. As the habit of comparison fades, emotional delay becomes easier. You stop needing immediate validation. You stop defending imagined positions. You become less reactive because there is less at stake. The mind learns that it does not need to respond to everything. Some things resolve themselves when left alone. This is the quiet strength the Stoics cultivated. Not emotional numbness, but emotional patience. The ability to let feelings pass through without letting them take control. When this skill develops, the inner world becomes calmer, not because life is gentle, but because you no longer rush to believe everything you feel. As emotional reactions slow down and you begin to let feelings settle before believing them, another pattern quietly comes into view. The body itself has been trained to stay tense, not by danger, not by hardship, but by comfort. The kind of comfort that never lets the nervous system fully rest. Modern life removed many physical threats, but it replaced them with constant stimulation. Screens glow late into the night. Notifications interrupt silence. Climate is controlled. Food is instant. Discomfort is avoided whenever possible. On the surface, this looks like progress. Underneath, the nervous system has learned something else entirely. It has forgotten how to regulate itself. The human nervous system evolved to handle short bursts of stress, followed by recovery, effort, then rest, danger, then safety. Today, stress is low-level but constant. There is no clear beginning or end. The body stays slightly activated all the time. Muscles tighten, breathing becomes shallow, attention stays scattered. This state slowly becomes normal. When the nervous system lives in constant mild alert, it starts reacting to small things as if they are serious threats. A delay feels like rejection. A disagreement feels like danger. Uncertainty feels unbearable. This is not weakness, it is conditioning. The system is doing exactly what it was trained to do. Comfort removes friction, but friction is how the nervous system learns resilience. When everything is smooth, the smallest disruption feels sharp. When life offers no resistance, tolerance shrinks. The body loses its ability to distinguish between real danger and mild discomfort. Everything feels urgent. The Stoics observed this long before modern convenience existed. They warned that ease weakens endurance, and that constant pleasure dulls the mind's strength. Not because comfort is evil, but because too much of it leaves you unprepared for reality. A nervous system that never practices calm under pressure becomes fragile. This fragility shows up as overreaction. Emotional spikes feel uncontrollable. Stress lingers longer than it should. Recovery takes more time. The body struggles to return to balance because it rarely practices doing so. It stays switched on even when nothing is happening. Another hidden factor is the loss of physical grounding. Movement used to regulate the nervous system naturally. Walking long distances, carrying weight, being exposed to weather, working with the body. These experiences told the nervous system when to activate and when to release. Now, many days pass with little physical demand, yet the mind remains overstimulated. Energy has nowhere to go. Comfort also shortens attention. The nervous system expects quick relief. Fast answers, immediate soothing. When relief does not arrive instantly, discomfort feels intolerable. This creates impatience with emotional processes that require time. Sadness, uncertainty, growth. The body wants them gone immediately, and when they persist, it panics. Overreaction is often the nervous system asking for regulation, not the mind asking for answers. But most people respond by thinking more, analyzing more, scrolling more. This adds stimulation to a system that is already overwhelmed. The result is more tension, not relief. The Stoic response was not to eliminate comfort, but to balance it. They practiced voluntary discomfort to retrain the nervous system. Cold exposure, simple food, physical effort, silence. Not as punishment, but as education. These experiences reminded the body that discomfort is survivable, temporary, not a threat. When the nervous system relearns this, reactions soften. Stress does not disappear, but it moves through faster. Emotional spikes shorten. The body trusts that it can handle sensation without collapsing. This trust reduces the need for panic. Modern overreaction also comes from lack of contrast. When every environment is similar, the nervous system loses perspective. A small problem feels huge because there is nothing larger to compare it to. Introducing challenge restores scale. Effort makes rest meaningful again. Silence makes sound tolerable. Discomfort makes ease grounding instead of fragile. This does not require extreme hardship. Small practices matter. Walking without distraction. Sitting with mild boredom. Allowing temperature changes. Finishing tasks without constant stimulation. These moments teach the nervous system that nothing bad happens when comfort is not immediate. As this training returns, emotional delay becomes easier. The body no longer pushes for instant reaction. The mind gains space. You stop feeling hijacked by sensations that used to control you. Calm becomes physical, not forced. Modern comfort did not ruin you. It simply trained your system in one direction. Training can be reversed. When the nervous system learns safety through resilience instead of avoidance, reactions soften naturally. You do not become numb, you become steady. This is another layer of the reset. Not changing who you are, but retraining what your body believes about the world. When the body feels capable, the mind follows. And when both learn that discomfort is not danger, life stops feeling so loud. As the nervous system begins to settle and reactions lose their sharp edge, a deeper misunderstanding comes into focus. Many people believe they lack discipline. They blame themselves for inconsistency, procrastination, or self-sabotage. They push harder, set stricter rules, and apply more pressure. Yet the problem rarely lies in discipline. It lies in the absence of trust. Self-discipline is often treated like a whip, a force used to control behavior through guilt, fear, or force. You tell yourself what you should do, and when you don't do it, you judge yourself. Over time, this creates tension between who you are and who you think you should be. The mind becomes a battlefield. One part commands, the other resists. The Stoics did not live this way. They understood that discipline without trust becomes brittle. It breaks under stress. It requires constant effort and produces constant resistance. Self-trust, on the other hand, creates alignment. When you trust yourself, you do not need to threaten or pressure your own mind. Action becomes cooperation instead of conflict. Self-trust begins with believing that you will act in your own best interest when given clarity and time. Most people don't trust themselves because they have broken promises to themselves repeatedly, missed routines, abandoned goals, unfinished plans. Each failure chips away at confidence. Eventually, the inner voice becomes harsh, controlling, and suspicious. But this mistrust is learned. It often comes from setting unrealistic expectations, ignoring limits, or copying systems that were never designed for you. When you fail under those conditions, you conclude that something is wrong with you. The Stoics would disagree. They would say the strategy was flawed, not the person. Self-discipline says, do this no matter how you feel. Self-trust says, let's choose something you can sustain. Discipline relies on force. Trust relies on honesty. When you trust yourself, you choose goals that match your capacity. You allow progress to be gradual. You expect resistance without treating it as betrayal. This creates consistency not through pressure, but through realism. Another difference lies in motivation. Discipline often depends on future reward or fear of consequence. Trust depends on identity. You act because it aligns with who you are becoming, not because you are afraid of failing again. This shift reduces internal friction. You stop arguing with yourself before every action. The Stoics focused on character, not performance. They cared less about outcomes and more about the quality of intention and effort. This perspective naturally builds self-trust. When you measure yourself by whether you showed up honestly rather than perfectly, the mind relaxes. It no longer needs to rebel. Self-trust also changes how you handle failure. With discipline alone, failure leads to punishment. With trust, failure leads to adjustment. You ask what went wrong without attacking yourself. You refine the process instead of questioning your worth. This keeps momentum alive. Many people overuse discipline because they don't feel safe with themselves. They fear that without strict control, everything will fall apart. The Stoics would call this false fear. A mind that is understood does not need to be dominated. It needs guidance. Trust is built through small, kept promises, not dramatic transformations, not extreme routines. Simple commitments honored consistently. Going to bed when you say you will, taking a short walk when planned, stopping when tired instead of forcing more. Each follow-through repairs the relationship with yourself. As trust grows, discipline becomes quieter. You don't need to motivate yourself constantly. You don't need elaborate systems. You act because action feels natural. Resistance fades because the mind no longer feels coerced. This also ties back to emotional delay. When you trust yourself, you don't panic when motivation dips or emotions fluctuate. You know they pass. You don't rush to judge or control them. This steadiness reduces overreaction and builds confidence over time. Modern culture praises relentless discipline but ignores the cost. Burnout, resentment, loss of joy. The Stoics chose a slower, steadier path, one built on reason, self-knowledge, and trust in human capacity to grow through practice. Self-discipline without self-trust is exhausting. Self-trust without discipline is directionless. Together, they create stability. But the order matters. Trust must come first. This is another quiet reset, replacing self-control with self-respect, replacing force with cooperation. When you stop treating yourself like a problem to manage, consistency stops feeling like punishment. It becomes a natural expression of who you are learning to be. As self-trust begins to replace constant self-pressure, another belief starts to loosen its grip. The belief that anxiety means something is wrong with you, that it is a flaw in your mind, a defect to be fixed. Once that idea softens, a quieter and more honest question appears. What if anxiety isn't a failure, but a signal that lost its original job? The Stoics would not see anxiety as a disorder. They would see it as a survival instinct that no longer knows when to turn off. A system designed to protect you, now reacting in a world very different from the one it evolved in. Not broken, just confused. Anxiety exists for a reason. Long ago, it helped humans stay alive. It sharpened attention, prepared the body for danger, and pushed quick decisions when threats were real and immediate. A rustle in the bushes mattered. A wrong step could mean death. Anxiety was useful because danger was physical, visible, and short-lived. Modern life changed the environment, not the wiring. The same system now responds to emails, deadlines, social tension, uncertainty, and imagined futures. The threat is no longer a predator. It is possibility, expectation, lack of control. The body reacts the same way, even though there is nothing to fight or flee from. The Stoics understood this mismatch. They believed most distress comes from anticipating things that have not happened and may never happen. The mind runs ahead, creating scenarios, rehearsing losses, preparing for pain that exists only as thought. The body believes the story and activates as if it were real. Anxiety feels convincing because it is physical. The heart races, breathing tightens, muscles tense. These sensations create urgency. The mind then looks for a reason to justify them. This is how anxiety turns into worry, rumination, and fear. The sensation comes first, the story comes second. Stoics trained themselves to reverse this process. They questioned the story instead of obeying it. They asked whether the threat was present, real, and within their control. Most of the time, it wasn't. The anxiety was real, but the danger was imagined. This does not mean anxiety should be ignored or suppressed. The Stoics did not deny emotions. They believed emotions needed interpretation. Anxiety is information, not instruction. It tells you the system is activated, not that catastrophe is certain. Modern thinking often labels anxiety as something to eliminate. The Stoic view is different. Anxiety is energy without direction. When you understand this, your relationship with it changes. You stop fearing the feeling itself. You stop assuming it means you are unsafe. Another key Stoic insight is this. Anxiety increases when you try to control outcomes that are not yours to control. The mind fixates on results, approval, certainty, and timing. When these remain uncertain, anxiety rises. The Stoics responded by narrowing their focus to what was within their power: actions, intentions, responses. This shift reduces anxiety because it restores agency. Anxiety also feeds on resistance. The more you fight it, the louder it becomes. The nervous system interprets resistance as confirmation that danger exists. The Stoics practiced acceptance not as surrender, but as realism. Accepting the presence of anxiety without panic allows it to pass faster. When anxiety is treated as an enemy, it dominates attention. When treated as a misfiring alarm, it becomes manageable. You can acknowledge it without obeying it. You can let the body calm before the mind decides what to do next. This connects directly to emotional delay. Anxiety loses power when it is not believed immediately. Modern culture reinforces anxiety by rewarding constant alertness. Being busy looks responsible. Being worried looks prepared. Calm is mistaken for carelessness. The Stoics rejected this. They believed calm was strength, a sign of a mind aligned with reality rather than imagination. Anxiety often points to imagined futures where you are helpless. Stoic practice returns you to the present, where action is possible. Not everything needs to be solved. Many things need to be endured with clarity. This perspective also removes shame. If anxiety is a misfiring survival system, not a personal flaw, self-blame fades. You stop asking, "What's wrong with me?" and start asking, "What is my mind trying to protect me from?" Often, the answer is uncertainty itself. Over time, this understanding retrains the nervous system. The body learns that anxious sensations do not require immediate reaction. The mind learns that not every thought is a warning. Anxiety still appears, but it no longer controls direction. The Stoics did not aim for a life without anxiety. They aimed for a life where anxiety did not rule, where fear was examined, not worshipped, where calm came from understanding, not avoidance. This is another layer of the reset. Anxiety is not proof of weakness. It is proof of a system trying too hard in the wrong environment. When you stop treating it like a disorder and start treating it like a signal, the volume lowers. Not because life becomes certain, but because you stop mistaking thoughts for threats. Once anxiety is no longer treated as a flaw, another pattern becomes easier to see. The mind does not just warn, it argues, it bargains, it questions every step forward. You tell yourself what needs to be done, and immediately a counter voice appears. Not loud, not dramatic, just persistent. Later, not now. What if this doesn't work? Without noticing, you enter a negotiation you never meant to start. Most people live this way. Every action requires debate. Every decision becomes a discussion. The mind presents objections, and you try to reason with them, soothe them, or overpower them. This creates exhaustion long before the task even begins. The Stoics saw this clearly. They believe the mind becomes unstable when it is allowed to argue without structure. Negotiating with the mind feels intelligent, but it often strengthens resistance. Each time you bargain, you teach the mind that hesitation has authority. You reinforce the idea that feelings must agree before action can begin. Over time, the mind learns to delay everything by raising doubts, not because the doubts are true, but because they work. Stoics approached the mind differently. They did not plead with it. They did not threaten it. They issued calm commands, clear, simple instructions grounded in reason rather than emotion. They understood that the mind respects clarity more than force. A calm command is not harsh. It is steady. It does not argue with fear or wait for motivation. It states what will happen next and moves forward without drama. This works because the mind, like the body, responds better to certainty than to endless discussion. Negotiation assumes the mind is an equal authority in every moment. The Stoics disagreed. They believed reason should lead and emotions should follow. Not be crushed, not be ignored, but not be in charge. When emotions run the meeting, decisions become inconsistent. When reason leads, the system stabilizes. Most inner conflict comes from unclear leadership. One part of you wants growth, another wants comfort. Negotiation gives both parts equal power, which results in delay. Calm commands restore order. They say, "This is the direction." Feelings can come along, but they don't decide. This does not mean forcing yourself through exhaustion or pain. Calm commands are rooted in self-trust. They respect limits. They are realistic. They sound like, "We will start for 5 minutes. We will stop when the body needs rest. We will respond later, not now." These statements reduce friction because they are specific and manageable. The mind resists vague goals. It rebels against pressure without structure. Calm commands provide structure without threat. They remove ambiguity. When the mind knows what is expected, it settles faster. Another reason negotiation fails is that it keeps attention on resistance instead of action. You spend energy convincing yourself instead of moving. Calm commands redirect attention to the next step, not the internal debate. Action breaks the loop. Motion quiets the argument. The Stoics practiced this through daily discipline, not extreme routines, but consistent acts guided by reason. They trained themselves to act according to values, not moods. Over time, the mind learned that commands would be followed calmly, without punishment or drama. Resistance lost its leverage. Negotiation also keeps you emotionally entangled. You feel guilty for hesitating, frustrated for not acting, ashamed for needing motivation. Calm commands remove judgment. They treat hesitation as noise, not identity. You don't argue with noise, you move past it. This approach is especially powerful when anxiety or fatigue is present. Negotiation asks, "Do I feel ready?" Calm command asks, "What is appropriate right now?" Readiness fluctuates. Appropriateness does not. This shift brings stability. Calm commands are short, clear, present-focused. They do not explain themselves. Explanation invites debate. The mind loves explanations because they open the door to objection. Stoics kept language minimal to reduce mental interference. This also connects to emotional delay. When emotions spike, negotiation increases. Calm commands create space. They allow emotions to exist without letting them steer behavior. You act first, feelings follow. Over time, the mind adapts. It stops raising objections so loudly because they are no longer rewarded with attention. This is not suppression, it is training. The same way a muscle learns through repetition, the mind learns through consistency. Modern culture encourages endless self-talk. Analyze more, process more, explain more. The Stoics chose simplicity because it conserved energy. They knew clarity comes from fewer words, not more. Issuing calm commands is not about control, it is about leadership. You are not fighting your mind, you are guiding it. This reduces exhaustion and builds confidence. You begin to trust yourself because action becomes reliable. As this habit strengthens, the inner world grows quieter, not empty, but orderly. Thoughts still arise, feelings still move, but they no longer negotiate every step. You decide, you act. The mind follows. This is another layer of the reset, moving from internal debate to quiet direction, from pleading with yourself to leading yourself. When the mind knows there is steady guidance, it stops arguing, and in that silence, life becomes easier to move through, not because effort disappears, but because resistance no longer runs the show. As the mind learns to follow calm direction instead of endless debate, a deeper fear often surfaces. The fear of discomfort, not pain in a dramatic sense, but mild unease, inconvenience, boredom, physical or emotional strain. Most people spend their lives trying to avoid these states, believing comfort is safety. The Stoics saw it differently. They believed comfort, when unchecked, weakens the mind's ability to stay steady. Voluntary discomfort was never about suffering for its own sake. It was not punishment. It was training, a deliberate choice to experience small, controlled discomfort so the mind and nervous system could relearn balance. The Stoics understood that when discomfort is avoided at all costs, it grows in power. When it is met calmly, it shrinks. Modern life trains avoidance. If something feels uncomfortable, there is usually an instant escape. Scroll, snack, distract, delay. Over time, the mind starts treating discomfort as danger. Even mild stress triggers alarm. This creates fragility. Small challenges feel overwhelming because the system has not practiced staying present through unease. Voluntary discomfort reverses this conditioning. It gently reintroduces friction in a safe way. Cold water, physical effort, silence, simplicity. doing what is necessary without seeking immediate relief. These acts teach the nervous system something important. Discomfort is temporary, manageable, and not a threat. The Stoics believed strength came from familiarity, not force. When the body and mind regularly experience controlled discomfort, they stop panicking when it appears unexpectedly. Emotional reactions soften. Anxiety loses urgency. The system learns resilience through repetition, not through reasoning. This practice also breaks dependence on mood. When you only act when conditions feel perfect, progress becomes fragile. Voluntary discomfort teaches action without ideal conditions. You learn that you can function even when things are not comfortable. This builds confidence that is grounded, not inflated. There is also an emotional reset that happens through discomfort. Modern overstimulation keeps emotions scattered and reactive. Voluntary discomfort simplifies the inner environment. When external input is reduced, the mind settles. Sensations become clearer. Thoughts slow down. This clarity is not dramatic. It is steady. Another important aspect is choice. The discomfort is voluntary. This changes the experience entirely. When discomfort is chosen, it does not create resentment. It creates agency. You are no longer a victim of sensation. You are a participant. This restores a sense of control that anxiety often erodes. The Stoics practiced this in small ways. Simple meals to remind themselves they did not need excess. Physical labor to stay grounded. Exposure to weather to reduce fear of inconvenience. Periods of silence to quiet mental noise. None of this was extreme. The goal was not hardship. The goal was perspective. Voluntary discomfort also recalibrates gratitude. When comfort is constant, it becomes invisible. Ease feels expected. When discomfort is reintroduced, comfort becomes noticeable again. Rest feels earned. Warmth feels real. Silence feels rich. This sharpens appreciation without forcing positivity. There is a misunderstanding that Stoics rejected pleasure. They did not. They rejected dependence on it. They enjoyed comfort without clinging to it. Voluntary discomfort ensured that pleasure remained optional, not necessary. This freedom reduced fear of loss. Emotionally, this practice creates distance between sensation and meaning. You feel cold, but you do not panic. You feel tired, but you do not collapse. You feel bored, but you do not escape. This builds emotional patience, the same patience used in emotional delay. Modern discomfort avoidance also weakens attention. The mind expects constant stimulation. Voluntary discomfort restores focus. When there is nothing to distract you, attention returns inward. This can feel uncomfortable at first. Then it becomes grounding. Importantly, voluntary discomfort is not about proving toughness. It is about training calm. If it becomes competitive or self-punishing, it loses its value. The Stoic approach was gentle but consistent, enough to challenge, not enough to harm. This practice also repairs the relationship with uncertainty. Discomfort often comes from not knowing. Voluntary discomfort teaches you to stay present without answers. You learn that clarity is not always required for stability. This reduces the urge to control everything. As the nervous system adapts, reactions soften. Stress moves through instead of sticking. The mind becomes less reactive because it trusts the body's ability to endure sensation without crisis. This connects back to issuing calm commands. When discomfort is no longer feared, commands are easier to follow. Resistance weakens. The mind does not protest as loudly because it knows discomfort will not overwhelm it. Voluntary discomfort is not a lifestyle of hardship. It is a reset button, a reminder to the system that it is capable. That ease is appreciated, not demanded. That discomfort is not danger. When practiced with intention, it creates emotional stability that comfort alone never could. Not by making life harder, but by making you steadier. And when steadiness becomes familiar, the mind no longer reacts to every sensation as if something is wrong. It simply adjusts and continues forward. As discomfort becomes something you can meet without panic, another belief quietly falls apart. The belief that you need motivation before you can act. Many people wait for it. They look for the right feeling, the surge of energy, the emotional push that makes action feel easy. When it doesn't arrive, they stall. They assume something is missing. The Stoics would say the trap is not lack of motivation. The trap is believing motivation comes first. Motivation is unstable by nature. It rises and falls with mood, sleep, praise, and circumstance. If action depends on it, consistency becomes impossible. One good day leads to progress. One heavy day leads to delay. Life turns into a cycle of starting strong and stopping quietly. The Stoics understood that waiting to feel ready gives emotions authority they were never meant to have. Feelings change faster than values. If you let motivation decide when you act, you hand control to the most unreliable part of the mind. Instead of motivation, the Stoics relied on commitment to principle. They acted according to what made sense, not how they felt. This does not mean they ignored emotions. It means they did not wait for emotions to agree before moving forward. Wanting motivation feels reasonable because action feels easier when emotion supports it. But ease is not the goal. Stability is. The Stoics chose habits anchored in reason because reason remains when motivation fades. Another reason motivation becomes a trap is that it creates a false story. The story that action should feel good before it begins. When it doesn't, the mind assumes something is wrong. This leads to self-doubt, guilt, and endless searching for inspiration. The Stoics rejected this. They believed right action often feels neutral or uncomfortable at first. Motivation also narrows focus to results. You act when you feel excited about outcomes. When excitement fades, effort drops. Stoic action was not outcome-driven. It was duty-driven. You did what aligned with your character because that was enough. This shift removes pressure. You no longer need to feel inspired to be consistent. You simply show up. Over time, action creates its own energy. Momentum replaces motivation. Confidence grows from follow-through, not from feeling good beforehand. The Stoics practiced pre-commitment. They decided in advance what kind of person they intended to be and acted accordingly. This removed daily debate. When a situation arose, the decision was already made, not emotionally but rationally. Another tool they used was routine, not rigid schedules, but predictable anchors, morning reflection, physical movement, focused work. These routines did not depend on motivation. They were practiced regardless of mood. Over time, the mind stopped asking for permission to act. Modern culture praises motivation because it looks powerful, but it is fleeting. The Stoics valued reliability, a calm, steady approach that works even on dull, tired, uninspired days, especially on those days. Motivation also feeds comparison. You see others acting with energy and assume you are lacking. This reinforces the feeling of being behind. Stoic practice removes comparison by grounding action in personal values, not external excitement. There is also freedom in not needing motivation. You stop chasing emotional highs. You stop waiting for the perfect mood. Life becomes simpler. Action becomes ordinary, not dramatic. This does not mean life becomes joyless. Joy becomes quieter. It comes from integrity, not adrenaline. Satisfaction replaces excitement. This kind of reward lasts longer. The Stoics believe that discipline without dependence on motivation leads to peace. You no longer ride emotional waves. You walk steadily regardless of conditions. This steadiness calms the nervous system. It reduces anxiety because there is less uncertainty about your own behavior. Another hidden benefit is self-respect. Each time you act without needing motivation, you prove something to yourself. You can be relied on. This builds trust. Trust reduces inner conflict. The mind stops resisting because it sees consistency. Motivation often returns after action, not before it. The Stoics knew this. They did not wait to feel like acting. They acted, then allowed feeling to follow. This reverses the usual pattern and breaks inertia. As voluntary discomfort becomes familiar, acting without motivation becomes easier. Discomfort no longer signals danger. Lack of excitement no longer signals failure. Action becomes grounded in choice, not emotion. This ties directly to issuing calm commands. Commands do not wait for motivation. They proceed based on what is reasonable now. This keeps life moving without internal drama. Wanting motivation is not wrong. It is human. But depending on it creates fragility. The Stoic alternative is simple, steady, and quiet. Act according to values. Let feelings come and go. Trust consistency over intensity. This is another layer of the reset. Releasing the need to feel ready. Letting action lead instead of emotion. When motivation stops being the gatekeeper, life stops stalling. Not because you feel driven all the time, but because you no longer need to be. When motivation no longer decides your actions, something subtle becomes easier to hear. Not an emotion, not a reaction, a voice, quiet, familiar, and constant. It doesn't shout, it explains, it comments. It tells stories about who you are and what your life means. And because it has been there for so long, you rarely question it. This is the internal narrative, the running story you tell yourself about yourself. Most people believe they are acting freely, but much of their behavior is shaped by this unseen script. You don't wake up and choose it. It formed slowly from past experiences, repeated thoughts, labels you accepted, moments that left marks. Over time, the story became background noise, invisible but powerful. The Stoics understood that identity is not fixed, but narrated. They believed the mind constantly interprets events and assigns meaning. When those interpretations go unexamined, they quietly harden into beliefs, and beliefs shape behavior without asking permission. An internal narrative often sounds reasonable. It says things like, "I'm just not consistent. I always mess things up. This is how I am." These statements feel honest, but they are conclusions drawn from selective memory. The mind highlights certain moments and ignores others, then builds a story around them. Once the story exists, the mind starts defending it. You notice evidence that confirms it. You overlook evidence that challenges it. This is how identity gets hijacked, not by force, but by familiarity. The Stoics warned against confusing impressions with truth. Just because a thought appears does not mean it is accurate. Internal narratives feel trustworthy because they repeat. Repetition creates belief, not accuracy. Another danger is that narratives shrink possibility. When you believe a story about who you are, choices narrow. You stop trying things that don't fit the script. You avoid growth that contradicts the identity. Without realizing it, you protect the story instead of questioning it. This is why change feels threatening. It challenges the narrative. If you act differently, the story must be revised. The mind resists this because stories provide certainty, even when they are limiting. Internal narratives also attach emotion to identity. Failure becomes personal. Difficulty becomes proof. A single setback reinforces a long-standing belief. This creates emotional weight that feels justified, even when it isn't. The Stoics practiced separating events from interpretation. Something happens. Then the mind tells a story about it. Emotional suffering often comes from the story, not the event. When you learn to pause between the two, the narrative loosens. One way narratives hijack identity is through language. Words like always, never, just, that's me. These phrases close doors. They turn temporary states into permanent traits. The Stoics avoided absolute language because they knew it distorted reality. Another quiet effect is self-fulfilling behavior. If you believe you lack discipline, you stop setting structures. If you believe you fail under pressure, you avoid challenge. The narrative shapes behavior, then behavior reinforces the narrative. The loop continues unnoticed. Breaking this does not require positive thinking. The Stoics did not replace negative stories with flattering ones. They replaced stories with observation. Instead of saying, "This is who I am," they asked, "What is happening right now?" This returns identity to action, not assumption. Identity in Stoic thought is built through repeated choices, not inherited labels. You are not your thoughts. You are not your past. You are not the story that formed when you were tired, hurt, or afraid. You are what you practice. Internal narratives also exaggerate permanence. They convince you that how you feel now reflects how you will feel later. This fuels anxiety and hopelessness. The Stoics countered this by focusing on impermanence. Everything changes, thoughts included. When you stop identifying with the narrative, you gain flexibility. You still hear the voice, but it no longer defines you. It becomes commentary, not command. This reduces inner tension because you stop arguing with yourself. You simply notice the story and continue acting according to values. This connects directly to issuing calm commands. Commands bypass the narrative. They don't ask whether the story agrees. They act based on reason. Over time, behavior rewrites identity more effectively than thought ever could. Modern life amplifies internal narratives through constant reflection and comparison. You are encouraged to analyze yourself endlessly. The Stoics limited introspection to what was useful. They reflected to improve action, not to reinforce identity stories. Another key Stoic insight is this: identity should be light. When identity becomes heavy, everything feels personal. When it becomes flexible, life becomes easier to move through. You stop defending who you think you are and start refining how you live. As motivation becomes unnecessary and action becomes consistent, narratives lose power. They no longer predict behavior accurately. The mind stops clinging to them because reality contradicts them. This is another layer of the reset. Not rewriting your story, but loosening your grip on it, letting identity remain open, responsive, and shaped by present action rather than past interpretation. When the internal narrative quiets, you feel less defined and more free. Not empty, but open. And in that openness, growth no longer threatens who you are. It simply becomes what you do next. As the grip of internal stories loosens, the mind grows quieter, but not silent. Thoughts still arise. Questions still appear. And if you listen closely, you may notice a familiar habit returning in a new form. The mind starts replaying conversations, rehearsing explanations, defending itself against outcomes that haven't happened. This is where overthinking lives. Overthinking feels productive. It wears the mask of preparation and self-awareness. But the Stoics saw it for what it really is: the mind putting itself on trial over events that exist only in imagination. An imaginary courtroom opens quietly. There is a judge, a jury, and an endless list of accusations. You argue your case again and again. You explain why you acted the way you did. You prepare for questions no one has asked. You anticipate criticism that may never come. And because the trial never ends, neither does the tension. The Stoics refused to enter these courtrooms. They understood that most overthinking is not thinking at all. It is mental defense. The mind tries to control uncertainty by rehearsing every possible outcome. But uncertainty cannot be defeated through argument. It can only be endured. Overthinking keeps attention locked in the future or the past, rarely in the present. The mind searches for certainty by replaying scenarios, but each replay creates more doubt, not less. The body remains tense because the threat is never resolved. The trial is always ongoing. The Stoics believed that clarity comes from reality, not rehearsal. You do not gain wisdom by arguing with imagined critics. You gain it by responding to what actually happens. Everything else is speculation disguised as responsibility. One reason overthinking is so powerful is that it feels personal. It often centers around identity. What if they think I'm wrong? What if I made a mistake? What if this says something about who I am? The imaginary courtroom exists to protect identity, but identity, as the Stoics taught, does not need defending through thought. It is shaped through action. Another reason overthinking persists is emotional avoidance. It feels safer to think than to feel. Instead of sitting with uncertainty, regret, or vulnerability, the mind builds arguments. These arguments feel active, but they are circular. Nothing changes. The Stoic cure was not distraction, it was refusal. Refusal to participate in imaginary trials. They trained themselves to ask a simple question: is this happening right now? If the answer was no, they returned attention to the present moment. This does not mean ignoring consequences. The Stoics were practical. They planned when planning was useful, but they drew a clear line. Once action was taken, the trial ended. Reflection was brief and purposeful. Endless replay was considered a misuse of attention. Overthinking also creates the illusion of control. You feel like if you analyze enough, you can prevent pain, but pain often comes from the analysis itself. The body reacts to imagined threats as if they were real. Stress hormones rise, sleep suffers, focus fades, all in service of scenarios that may never occur. The Stoics believed the mind should be used as a tool, not a theater. When thinking stops serving action or understanding, it becomes noise, and noise drains energy. Refusing the courtroom means recognizing when thought shifts from useful to compulsive. Useful thinking leads to decisions. Compulsive thinking leads to exhaustion. The difference is not always obvious, but the body knows. Tightness, restlessness, looping. These are signs the trial has begun. The Stoic response was grounding, returning to what can be done now, not what might be judged later. This immediately reduces overthinking because action collapses speculation. Reality replaces imagination. Another Stoic practice was limiting internal dialogue. They believed fewer words created clearer thinking. Overthinking multiplies words. Each argument generates another. Refusal cuts the chain. You do not answer every mental question. You let some pass unanswered. This also connects to issuing calm commands. When you tell yourself what you will do next, the courtroom loses relevance. There is no need to defend a future that hasn't happened when you are focused on the present step. Modern culture feeds imaginary courtrooms, social exposure, constant evaluation, endless opinions. You are encouraged to anticipate judgment at all times. The Stoics rejected this. They focused on integrity over approval. You answer to your values, not imagined juries. Overthinking often hides fear of being misunderstood, but understanding cannot be controlled. The Stoics accepted this. They acted honestly and released the rest. This acceptance frees the mind from constant explanation. Another important shift is recognizing that most people are not watching as closely as you think. The courtroom exists mainly in your own mind. Others are absorbed in their own trials. This realization softens self-consciousness. When you refuse the courtroom, silence returns. Not emptiness, but space. Space where attention can rest, where energy can recover, where life feels lighter because you are no longer carrying arguments that never needed to be made. This does not eliminate thought. It restores its purpose. Thinking becomes intentional again, directed, limited, clear. As internal narratives lose authority and motivation stops controlling action, overthinking naturally decreases. There is less to defend, less to prove, less to explain. The mind becomes simpler because life becomes simpler. This is another layer of the Stoic reset. Not silencing the mind by force, but withdrawing it from imaginary battles, refusing to argue with ghosts, choosing presence over prediction. When the courtroom doors close, the nervous system relaxes. The mind no longer needs to stay alert for verdicts. You return to what is real, actionable, and alive. And in that return, overthinking loses its stage. Not because you solved every question, but because you stopped treating imagined ones as urgent. As imaginary courtrooms fade and the mind stops defending itself against futures that never arrive, another pattern becomes obvious. Much of what promises relief actually increases instability. It soothes briefly, then leaves you needing more. This is where most self-help quietly fails. Modern self-help is built around feeling better, calmer, happier, more confident. The goal is emotional comfort, and while comfort feels good, it is unreliable. Feelings shift, moods change. When stability depends on how you feel, peace never lasts long. The Stoics did not aim to feel good. They aimed to be steady. This difference matters more than it seems. Feeling good is an emotional state. Stability is a condition of the mind. One comes and goes. The other holds when things go wrong. Self-help often chases relief from discomfort instead of teaching how to remain grounded inside it. Many techniques promise quick shifts, a better mindset, a higher vibration, a more positive outlook. These approaches work when life is already manageable. When stress is low, they feel powerful, but when pressure rises, they collapse. This is when people feel like they are failing the method, instead of seeing the method's limits. Stability does not require constant positivity. It requires clarity, restraint, and resilience. The Stoics focused on reducing inner chaos, not boosting mood. They believed a calm mind could experience sadness, frustration, or fatigue without falling apart. Self-help fails when it treats discomfort as a problem instead of a condition of being human. When discomfort shows up, the solution offered is often distraction, reframing, or forced optimism. This trains avoidance. The nervous system learns that discomfort is unacceptable. When it returns, anxiety spikes. The Stoic approach was different. They expected discomfort. They prepared for it. They trained themselves to remain composed inside it. This removed fear. When discomfort arrived, it was familiar, not alarming. Another reason self-help fails is that it focuses on identity improvement instead of behavioral consistency. You are encouraged to feel confident, abundant, healed, but feeling does not last. The Stoics focused on what you do regardless of feeling. Stability grows from repeated, aligned action, not emotional highs. Self-help often relies on motivation and inspiration. This creates dependency. When inspiration fades, progress stops. The Stoics removed this dependency. They built systems that worked even on dull, heavy, or uninspired days. This is why their philosophy lasted. It did not require ideal conditions. There is also a subtle pressure in modern self-help to always improve, to fix yourself, to optimize constantly. This keeps the mind restless. You are always searching for the next technique, the next insight, the next breakthrough. Stability requires fewer changes, not more. The Stoics believed peace came from limiting desires, not expanding them. They reduced the number of things that could disturb their inner state. Self-help often does the opposite. It adds goals, expectations, and emotional standards the mind must meet. Another flaw is emotional validation without direction. It feels good to be told your feelings are valid, and they are. But validation alone does not teach regulation. Stability comes from learning how to experience emotion without being driven by it. The Stoics validated emotion, then trained response. Self-help often encourages expression without restraint. Say everything, release everything, share everything. The Stoics valued discretion. They believed not every thought needed expression, not every feeling needed action. This restraint protected stability. There is also a misunderstanding about healing. Many self-help systems frame healing as an endpoint, a state where discomfort disappears. The Stoics saw life as continuous practice. There was no finish line, only refinement. This removed pressure and disappointment. Stability also requires acceptance of limits. Modern self-help often promises control over outcomes, manifestation, attraction, perfect alignment. When outcomes do not match expectation, people feel betrayed. The Stoics accepted what was outside their control and focused inward. This acceptance reduced suffering. Another reason self-help fails is that it isolates the individual. Everything becomes about your mindset, your vibration, your energy. The Stoics grounded themselves in reality, relationships, and responsibility. They understood humans are part of a larger system. Stability grows when you stop obsessing over yourself. Feeling good can be a side effect of stability, but it cannot be the goal. When feeling good is the goal, every bad day feels like failure. When stability is the goal, bad days are expected and manageable. Stability means you can feel anxious without panicking, sad without collapsing, uncertain without rushing for answers. It means emotions move through you instead of defining you. This is not numbness, it is strength. The Stoics trained for storms, not sunshine. They prepared the mind to remain clear under pressure. This is why their teachings remain useful. They do not promise constant happiness. They promise resilience. As overthinking fades and internal narratives lose power, stability becomes more valuable than pleasure. You stop asking how to feel better and start asking how to remain steady. This question leads to fewer techniques, not more, fewer expectations, fewer inner demands. This is another layer of the reset, moving away from emotional comfort as the measure of success, choosing steadiness instead. When stability becomes the goal, life stops feeling fragile. Not because it becomes easy, but because you become grounded enough to handle whatever arrives. Feeling good is temporary. Stability stays. When stability replaces the constant chase to feel good, a quieter need begins to surface. The need to be seen, to be approved of, to be reassured that you are doing enough, becoming enough, being enough. External validation has a way of hiding inside ambition, kindness, productivity, even self-improvement. And when it fades, many people feel hollow, as if something essential is missing. Self-respect is often confused with confidence, but they are not the same. Confidence looks outward. It grows when others respond positively. Self-respect looks inward. It grows when your actions align with your values, even when no one is watching. The Stoics believed self-respect was the foundation of a steady life. Without it, the mind becomes dependent. It waits for praise, fears criticism, and adjusts behavior to maintain approval. This creates instability because external responses are unpredictable. You are always one reaction away from doubt. Rebuilding self-respect begins with removing it from the hands of others. This does not mean becoming indifferent or cold. It means understanding that respect earned internally is more reliable than respect granted externally. Approval can be withdrawn, integrity cannot. External validation feels powerful because it offers quick relief. A compliment eases doubt. Recognition softens insecurity, but the relief is temporary. The mind adapts quickly and begins seeking the next signal. Over time, self-worth becomes outsourced. You feel solid only when reflected back positively. The Stoics warned against this dependence. They believed a person should be able to stand upright even when misunderstood, overlooked, or criticized. Not because they were arrogant, but because their sense of worth was grounded in their own conduct. Self-respect grows through consistency, not praise. Each time you act in accordance with what you believe is right, something quiet strengthens inside you. No one needs to notice. In fact, it matters more when no one does. This is where real respect forms. One of the biggest obstacles to self-respect is the habit of self-betrayal. Saying yes when you mean no. Acting against your better judgment to avoid discomfort. These moments may keep peace externally, but they erode trust internally. Over time, the mind stops taking its own promises seriously. The Stoics placed great value on keeping agreements with oneself. They believed that character was revealed in small choices made repeatedly. When you honor your word to yourself, self-respect grows naturally, not dramatically, steadily. Another barrier is comparison. When validation comes from being better, faster, or more admired than others, self-respect becomes fragile. There will always be someone ahead. The Stoics avoided this trap by measuring themselves against their own standards, not social rank. They asked simple questions. Did I act with reason today? Did I show restraint? Did I respond with integrity? These questions do not depend on applause. They depend on honesty. Rebuilding self-respect also requires accepting imperfection. Many people with low self-respect believe they must be flawless to deserve it. The Stoics rejected this. They believed self-respect came from effort, not outcome, from intention, not perfection. When you make a mistake and respond with responsibility instead of self-attack, self-respect deepens. You prove to yourself that you can face reality without collapsing. This builds inner authority. External validation often distorts behavior. You perform, you edit yourself, you become less honest to remain liked. The Stoics chose authenticity over approval because they understood the cost. Living out of alignment creates inner tension that no amount of praise can resolve. Self-respect also grows through boundaries. Saying no when something violates your values. Leaving situations that require you to shrink. These decisions may reduce approval, but they increase internal stability. The Stoics valued freedom from regret more than freedom from judgment. There is also a shift in focus that matters. Instead of asking, "How do I look?" you begin asking, "How did I act?" This moves attention from image to behavior. Image is fragile. Behavior is within your control. Modern life encourages constant self-display, likes, feedback, metrics. The Stoics lived with much less exposure, but the principle remains. The more you broadcast yourself for approval, the more your sense of worth depends on response. Limiting this exposure protects self-respect. Another important practice is silence. Not explaining yourself unnecessarily, not defending every choice. The need to explain often comes from seeking validation. When you trust your reasons, explanation becomes optional. Self-respect also requires patience. It does not return overnight. It rebuilds through repetition. Each aligned action adds weight. Each moment of restraint strengthens the structure. Over time, you feel less reactive to opinion because you are no longer borrowing worth. This ties back to stability. When self-respect is internal, criticism stings less. Praise excites less. You remain centered because your value is not swinging with feedback. This steadiness calms the nervous system. The mind stops scanning for approval. The Stoics believed the highest form of respect came from living according to nature, reason, and virtue. Not in a moral sense, but in a grounded one. Acting in ways that made sense. Responding instead of reacting. Choosing long-term integrity over short-term comfort. As external validation loses its grip, a quieter confidence emerges. Not loud, not performative, reliable. You trust yourself because you have evidence. You have shown up. You have acted honestly. You have endured without abandoning yourself. This is another layer of the reset. Turning inward for approval. Letting actions speak louder than reactions. When self-respect becomes internal, life feels less like a performance and more like a practice. And in that practice, you finally stand on ground that does not move every time someone looks away. As self-respect becomes less dependent on outside approval, something else becomes clear. Much of your mental strain does not come from what is missing in your life. It comes from what has quietly piled up inside your mind. Expectations, assumptions, obligations, roles you never chose but learned to carry. The Stoics noticed this early, and instead of asking what to add, they asked what could be removed. Modern thinking is built on addition. Add confidence. Add habits. Add goals. Add skills. Add routines. When life feels heavy, the solution offered is usually more. More effort, more insight, more improvement. But the Stoics took a different path. They practiced subtraction. Mental subtraction is the art of removing what is unnecessary so the essential can breathe again. It is not about becoming empty. It is about becoming clear. The Stoics believe the mind suffers not because it lacks strength, but because it is crowded. Over time, the mind accumulates beliefs that once served a purpose, but no longer do. Ideas about who you should be, what success should look like, how fast life should move. These ideas settle quietly and begin to feel like truth. But many of them were borrowed, not chosen. Mental subtraction begins with questioning what you are carrying that is not yours. Expectations inherited from family, standards absorbed from culture, pressures shaped by comparison. None of these arrive labeled. They blend into your thinking and start directing behavior without being examined. The Stoics practiced removing imagined needs. They asked whether something was truly necessary or simply desired out of habit. This applied not only to material things, but to mental ones. Approval, recognition, certainty, being right, being admired. Each of these creates tension when treated as essential. One of the most powerful acts of subtraction is removing the belief that life must feel good to be good. This belief fuels constant dissatisfaction. The Stoics removed it. They accepted that life includes discomfort, boredom, uncertainty, and effort. When these states stopped being treated as problems, mental noise reduced. Another subtraction is removing excess explanation. The mind loves to justify, analyze, and defend. You explain yourself to others. You explain yourself to yourself. This constant narration creates fatigue. The Stoics valued simplicity. They spoke less, thought less, and acted more. Not out of ignorance, but out of clarity. Mental subtraction also means removing imagined urgency. Modern life trains the mind to treat everything as immediate. Messages, decisions, feelings. The Stoics slowed the internal pace. They refused to treat every thought as a call to action. This reduced pressure and restored control. There is also subtraction in identity. Many people define themselves through labels: strong, sensitive, disciplined, broken, behind. These labels simplify the world, but they also trap behavior. The Stoics stripped identity down to action. You are not what you think you are. You are what you practice. By removing rigid identity, they gained flexibility. Mistakes did not threaten who they were. Growth did not require reinvention. Life became lighter because there was less to defend. Mental subtraction applies strongly to desire. Not removing all desire, but reducing unnecessary wanting. Wanting approval, wanting certainty, wanting constant stimulation. Each want pulls the mind outward and creates restlessness. The Stoics believed peace came from wanting less, not achieving more. This does not mean lowering standards. It means refining them, removing goals that do not align with your values, removing ambitions that exist only to impress. When desire becomes simpler, effort becomes more focused. Another forgotten subtraction is removing constant self-monitoring. Watching yourself think, watching yourself feel, analyzing every inner movement. This creates tension. The Stoics practiced awareness without obsession. They noticed the mind, then returned to action. They did not live inside their heads. Mental subtraction also includes removing resistance to reality. Fighting what has already happened drains energy. The Stoics accepted facts quickly so they could respond effectively. Acceptance was subtraction of useless struggle. This practice creates space. Space for attention to settle. Space for judgment to sharpen. Space for calm to appear without being forced. When the mind is less crowded, decisions feel simpler. Not because life is easy, but because fewer things are demanding your reaction. Modern life encourages constant upgrading of the self. The Stoics encouraged refinement through reduction, removing what distracted from virtue, reason, and steadiness. They believed the best version of yourself is revealed when excess is stripped away. Mental subtraction also builds resilience. When you need less, fewer things can disturb you. When fewer beliefs define you, fewer events can shake you. This is not detachment from life, but freedom within it. This connects directly to self-respect. When you remove the need for validation, you gain stability. When you remove unnecessary expectations, you gain peace. When you remove false urgency, you gain clarity. The reset does not come from becoming more, it comes from becoming less burdened, less pulled, less divided. The Stoics trusted that what remains after subtraction is enough. As you remove what does not serve you, you do not become empty, you become aligned. Your energy stops leaking into noise. Your attention returns to what matters. Your actions become cleaner. This is another layer of the Stoic reset. Not adding tools, but setting some down. Not fixing the mind, but clearing it. When mental clutter fades, life feels simpler. Not because it changed, but because you stopped carrying what was never meant to be held. And in that simplicity, steadiness finally has room to stay. As the mind clears through subtraction, another source of quiet suffering becomes easier to notice. Emotional pain often lingers not because something terrible is happening, but because certain thoughts are being treated as unquestionable truth. They arrive automatically, sound convincing, and feel urgent. And without realizing it, you obey them. The Stoics believed this was one of the main causes of long-lasting inner pain, not events themselves, but the habit of mistaking thoughts for facts. A thought is a mental event. It appears, lingers briefly, and passes. A fact is something grounded in reality. When these two are confused, suffering stretches far beyond the moment that triggered it. A single thought can echo for hours, days, even years, simply because it was never questioned. Emotional pain persists when the mind says things like, "This will never change," "This means I've failed," or "This proves something is wrong with me." And those statements are accepted without examination. The emotion feels justified because the thought feels true. But feeling convinced does not make something accurate. The Stoics trained themselves to pause at this exact point. They asked whether a thought described reality or merely interpreted it. This small distinction changes everything. Reality is neutral. Interpretation adds weight. When a thought is treated as fact, the body responds as if danger is present. Stress hormones rise, muscles tense. The nervous system prepares for threat. Even if the thought is about the past or an imagined future, the body reacts now. This is why emotional pain can feel so physical and persistent. Another reason pain lingers is repetition. A thought repeated often enough begins to feel permanent. The mind mistakes familiarity for truth. You hear the same sentence internally so many times that it starts sounding like identity instead of commentary. The Stoics warned against this. They believed repetition strengthens illusion as much as insight. Thoughts also gain power through language. Absolute words like always, never, and everyone harden experience into certainty. These words leave no room for change. When the mind uses them, emotional pain intensifies because hope disappears. The Stoics avoided absolute thinking because it trapped the mind in extremes. Treating thoughts as facts also removes choice. If a thought is true, action feels predetermined. You react automatically. If it is only a thought, you regain space. That space is where freedom lives. The Stoics practiced something simple but radical. They described events without judgment before reacting. Instead of saying this is unbearable, they noted this is uncomfortable. Instead of this ruined everything, they noted this did not go as planned. This shift reduced emotional load without denying reality. Pain becomes chronic when thoughts predict permanence. The mind says this feeling will last forever, and the body braces for endless struggle. In reality, emotions move when not reinforced by belief. The Stoics trusted impermanence. They knew no emotional state survives unchanged unless fed. Modern life reinforces the opposite. You are encouraged to identify with your thoughts, to analyze them, to explain them, to build stories around them. This gives thoughts more weight than they deserve. The Stoics believed not every thought needed attention. Some needed dismissal. This does not mean suppressing thought. It means not promoting it to authority. You can hear a thought without agreeing with it. You can feel emotion without letting it define meaning. This is where emotional pain begins to loosen. Another factor is memory. Painful memories often return with the same emotional intensity as the original event. The mind treats the memory as present reality. The Stoics countered this by reminding themselves of time. What has passed cannot harm directly unless revived through belief. Treating thoughts as facts also creates emotional layering. One painful thought triggers another. Regret adds to sadness. Shame adds to fear. Soon, the original event is buried under mental reaction. The Stoics aim to stop pain at the first layer by questioning the initial interpretation. This practice requires patience. The habit of believing thoughts is deeply ingrained. But each time you pause and ask, is this a fact or an interpretation, the habit weakens. The nervous system begins to calm because certainty softens. There is also relief in recognizing that thoughts are not commands. They suggest, they comment, they predict, but they do not decide. When you stop obeying them automatically, emotional pain loses its grip. This ties back to emotional delay. Letting thoughts age before believing them allows perspective to form. What felt catastrophic often becomes manageable. What felt personal often becomes impersonal. Time exposes exaggeration. The Stoics believed wisdom was not the absence of pain, but the absence of unnecessary pain. They accepted discomfort, but rejected distortion. This allowed them to endure hardship without turning it into suffering. Another key insight is responsibility without self-blame. When thoughts are treated as facts, mistakes become identity. When treated as interpretations, mistakes become information. This reduces shame and keeps learning alive. Emotional pain persists when the mind insists on certainty where none exists. The Stoics made peace with uncertainty. They accepted that not everything could be understood immediately. This acceptance softened inner resistance. As mental subtraction clears clutter and narratives lose power, questioning thoughts becomes natural. You stop fighting feelings and start observing the beliefs that feed them. This changes the inner landscape. This is another layer of the reset, not silencing the mind, but placing thoughts in their proper place. Letting reality lead and interpretation follow carefully. When thoughts stop being treated as facts, emotional pain no longer needs to shout to be heard. It still appears, but it passes. And when it passes, it leaves less behind. As thoughts lose their authority and emotional pain stops stretching itself through belief, another heavy feeling often rises to the surface: loneliness. It appears quietly, usually when life slows down. It feels personal, almost embarrassing, as if it reveals a flaw. The common conclusion is simple and painful: something is missing from me or from my life. The Stoics would pause here, not to dismiss the feeling, but to reframe it completely. They would not define loneliness as a lack of people. They would see it as excess mental noise. Loneliness often persists even when others are around. You can be surrounded by conversation and still feel empty. This alone challenges the idea that loneliness is purely social. If presence alone were the cure, the feeling would disappear the moment someone entered the room. But it doesn't. The Stoics believed loneliness comes from the mind turning inward without direction. When attention has nothing stable to rest on, it starts scanning for connection, meaning, reassurance. If it doesn't find these immediately, it creates stories. I don't belong. I'm forgotten. Others are moving on without me. These thoughts generate the sensation we call loneliness. The pain feels real because the mind treats these interpretations as truth. But once again, interpretation is doing most of the damage. Loneliness becomes heavy when you believe it says something about your worth or place in the world. When the mind translates solitude into rejection, absence into failure, quiet into abandonment. The Stoics refused this translation. They separated physical solitude from emotional suffering. They understood that being alone and feeling lonely are not the same thing. One is a condition, the other is a judgment layered on top of it. Solitude, to the Stoics, was not a problem. It was often a tool, a space where the mind could return to itself without interference. Loneliness only appeared when solitude was filled with self-attack, comparison, or longing for validation. Modern life makes this worse by teaching the mind to depend on constant social stimulation. Messages, updates, reactions. When these pause, the nervous system interprets it as loss. The silence feels wrong. The Stoics trained themselves to be comfortable with silence. They saw it as neutral, even nourishing. Another reason loneliness feels intense is because identity becomes externally anchored. When self-respect depends on being chosen, included, or desired, absence hurts deeply. The Stoics built identity inward. They believed companionship was valuable, but not required for inner stability. This does not mean they rejected relationships. They valued friendship deeply, but they did not use others to fill inner gaps. They approached connection from wholeness, not need. This reduced fear of being alone. Loneliness also feeds on imagined narratives. You assume others are happier, more connected, more fulfilled. These comparisons are rarely accurate. You see moments, not inner states. The Stoics avoided comparison because it distorted perception and increased dissatisfaction. They focused on presence instead. What is happening now? What can be done now? When attention returns to the present moment, loneliness often softens because it is fueled by imagined absence, not actual lack. There is also a misunderstanding about connection. Many believe connection comes from being understood. The Stoics believed connection begins with understanding yourself. When you are at ease internally, interactions feel lighter. When you are restless internally, even company feels distant. Loneliness often signals unexamined thoughts. The mind is active but unanchored. It spins stories without direction. The Stoic response was not to escape this state, but to quiet it through reason and grounding, reading, writing, reflection, physical movement. Activities that brought attention back to reality instead of imagination. They also practiced acceptance of human limits. No one can be fully understood at all times. No one is constantly connected. Expecting permanent closeness creates disappointment. Accepting fluctuation reduces suffering. Another key insight is that loneliness increases when you resist it. When you treat the feeling as proof of deficiency, it grows heavier. When you treat it as mental noise, it loses urgency. You can notice it without obeying it. The Stoics did not rush to label feelings. They observed them. Loneliness was not an identity. It was a temporary state shaped by thought. When the thought changed, the feeling followed. Loneliness also fades when purpose returns. When attention is absorbed in meaningful action, the mind stops scanning for validation. The Stoics believed purpose anchored the mind more deeply than social contact alone. This connects to stability. A stable mind does not collapse in quiet moments. It rests, it reflects, it acts when needed. Loneliness thrives in minds that fear stillness. Stoicism teaches stillness without fear. Another subtle shift is learning to enjoy your own company, not as a substitute for others, but as a foundation. When you trust your own presence, solitude stops feeling like exile. It becomes neutral, sometimes even restorative. This does not eliminate the human need for connection. It clarifies it. You seek others because you choose to, not because you are trying to escape yourself. This makes relationships healthier and less desperate. As internal narratives lose power and thoughts stop being treated as facts, loneliness loses its sharp edge. It becomes a passing signal, not a defining truth. You notice it, acknowledge it, and continue living. This is another layer of the Stoic reset. Removing the belief that loneliness means something is wrong. Seeing it as mental noise created by unmet expectations and unexamined thoughts. When that belief falls away, quiet no longer feels like rejection. It feels like space. And in that space, you realize you were never missing something essential. You were listening to a story that didn't need to be believed. As loneliness loses its grip and quiet stops feeling like rejection, another subtle shift becomes possible. The pressure to feel good begins to ease. The pressure to stay positive, hopeful, upbeat. That pressure often hides behind encouragement, but it creates tension. Because when positivity becomes an expectation, anything less feels like failure. The Stoics did not aim for positivity, they aimed for neutrality. This choice sounds passive at first, but it carries quiet power. Neutrality is not indifference, it is stability without emotional demand. It allows life to be what it is without forcing it into a mood. Positivity tries to lift every moment upward. Neutrality lets moments pass without resistance. Most emotional exhaustion comes from emotional effort, trying to reframe everything, trying to stay optimistic, trying to extract meaning or growth from every experience. This effort looks healthy, but it keeps the mind busy. The Stoics believed the mind needed rest more than constant encouragement. Neutrality removes the demand to feel a certain way. When something goes well, you acknowledge it. When something goes wrong, you acknowledge that too. No amplification, no suppression, just recognition. This steadiness calms the nervous system. When the mind stops swinging between highs and lows, the body follows. Emotional spikes reduce. Recovery becomes faster. You stop bracing for disappointment because you are no longer chasing emotional peaks. Positivity often hides avoidance. Painful feelings are pushed aside in favor of optimism, but avoided feelings do not disappear. They wait. Neutrality allows feelings to exist without being dramatized or denied. This reduces inner conflict. The Stoics understood that emotions become problematic when they are judged as good or bad. Neutrality removes judgment. A feeling is just a feeling. It does not need correction. It does not need interpretation. It passes more easily when left alone. Another benefit of neutrality is clarity. Positivity can blur perception. It encourages selective attention. You focus on what feels uplifting and ignore what feels uncomfortable. This can lead to poor decisions. Neutrality sees the whole picture. It does not distort reality to protect mood. The Stoics valued clear perception over emotional comfort. They believed truth, even when unpleasant, was less damaging than illusion. Neutrality supports truth by refusing to color events emotionally before understanding them. There is also freedom in neutrality. You stop managing your internal state for appearance. You don't need to look okay. You don't need to feel inspired. You simply are. This reduces self-monitoring and performance. Neutrality also protects self-respect. When positivity becomes a standard, bad days feel like personal failure. Neutrality removes that shame. A difficult day is just a difficult day. It says nothing about your worth or progress. This approach connects deeply to emotional delay. Neutrality creates space between stimulus and reaction. You don't rush to label an experience as good or bad. You let it unfold. Meaning emerges naturally instead of being forced. Modern culture celebrates positivity because it is marketable. It looks energetic, it feels hopeful, but it often collapses under pressure. The Stoics preferred durability. Neutrality lasts because it does not depend on conditions. Another quiet strength of neutrality is reduced fear of loss. When happiness is the goal, loss feels catastrophic. When steadiness is the goal, loss is painful but not destabilizing. You grieve without collapsing. You adjust without panic. Neutrality also improves relationships. You stop expecting others to make you feel a certain way. You meet them where they are. This reduces disappointment and resentment. Connection becomes simpler. Choosing neutrality does not mean you stop enjoying life. Enjoyment becomes cleaner, less desperate, less clinging. You appreciate moments without needing them to last. This makes pleasure lighter and more sustainable. The Stoics believed the best emotional state was tranquility, not excitement, not joy, calm awareness, a mind that remains balanced regardless of circumstance. Neutrality is the doorway to that state. Another important aspect is energy conservation. Emotional management consumes energy. Neutrality uses less. You stop fighting reality and stop forcing feelings. That energy becomes available for action, focus, and recovery. Neutrality also strengthens resilience. When you are not attached to feeling good, you are less shaken when you don't. Life becomes less threatening because your inner state is not constantly at risk. This does not mean suppressing joy or enthusiasm. It means not depending on them. You allow positive emotions to come and go without chasing them. This prevents emotional burnout. As internal narratives quiet and overthinking fades, neutrality becomes natural. You no longer need to narrate every experience emotionally. Silence feels acceptable. Calm feels enough. This is another layer of the Stoic reset. Releasing the demand for positivity, choosing steadiness instead, allowing life to move without constant emotional correction. When neutrality becomes familiar, peace stops feeling fragile. You no longer fear bad moods or quiet days. They pass without leaving damage. And in that steadiness, you discover something unexpected. Life feels lighter. Not because it is always pleasant, but because you stop trying to make it so. Neutrality does not numb you. It frees you. And once you experience that freedom, positivity becomes a welcome guest instead of a requirement. As neutrality settles in and emotional effort eases, another pattern quietly reveals itself. You may notice that some of your exhaustion does not come from work or responsibility, but from people. Conversations that leave you empty. Interactions that seem normal on the surface but drain you afterward. The silence afterward feels like relief, not loneliness. This fatigue is often misunderstood as introversion or social weakness. The Stoics would see something else entirely: a missing boundary. Feeling drained after social interaction is rarely about talking too much. It is about giving too much of yourself without realizing it. Attention, agreement, emotional labor, self-adjustment. You listen, adapt, reassure, explain, smooth things over. By the time the interaction ends, your inner resources are depleted. The Stoics believed energy was precious, not just physical energy, but mental and emotional energy. They were careful about where it went. Not every situation deserved full engagement. Not every person required emotional availability. This selectiveness was not cruelty. It was clarity. Modern social norms often blur this line. You are expected to be responsive, agreeable, available. You are encouraged to empathize constantly, to mirror emotions, to manage the emotional tone of the room. Over time, this creates fatigue because you are no longer present as yourself. You are performing regulation for others. The Stoics practiced emotional economy. They did not absorb every emotion around them. They did not feel responsible for fixing how others felt. They showed respect without overextension. This preserved their steadiness. Social exhaustion often comes from unconscious role-playing. You become the listener, the fixer, the agreeable one, the calm one. These roles feel familiar, even safe, but they cost energy because they are not chosen consciously. They are habits formed to maintain harmony or approval. The missing boundary is not physical distance. It is internal. It is knowing where you end and others begin. The Stoics were clear about this distinction. You are responsible for your actions and judgments. Others are responsible for theirs. When this line blurs, exhaustion follows. Another source of drain is emotional anticipation. You enter interactions already bracing, preparing responses, monitoring reactions, adjusting tone. This constant self-monitoring keeps the nervous system active. Even pleasant interactions become tiring because you never fully relax. Stoics reduced this by limiting concern for opinion. They did not seek to be liked. They sought to be reasonable. This shift reduced emotional labor. When you are not managing perception, interactions become lighter. Social drain also increases when you override your values to maintain connection. Laughing when something feels off. Agreeing when you don't. staying longer than you want. Each small self-betrayal costs energy. The Stoics believed integrity was energizing. Compromise without alignment was draining. Another overlooked factor is overstimulation. Social environments often involve noise, rapid exchange, emotional input. Without boundaries, the mind absorbs it all. The Stoics practiced withdrawal not as isolation, but as recovery. Time alone was not antisocial. It was maintenance. They understood that constant engagement dulls discernment. Silence restores it. Solitude allows the mind to return to baseline. This makes future interactions more intentional instead of reactive. The Stoic boundary you are missing is permission to disengage without guilt, to listen without absorbing, to care without carrying, to speak without explaining yourself endlessly. These boundaries are internal decisions, not external rules. Setting them does not require confrontation. It begins with awareness, noticing when energy drops, noticing when tension rises, responding by simplifying, not pushing through. Shorter answers, pauses, choosing not to fill silence, leaving when needed. The Stoics believed presence mattered more than duration. A brief, honest interaction was better than a long, draining one. Quality over quantity preserved both connection and stability. Another key practice was selective vulnerability. They did not share everything with everyone. Depth was reserved for trusted relationships. This protected emotional energy and prevented regret. Oversharing often masquerades as connection, but leads to exhaustion. Social drain also lessens when you stop taking responsibility for outcomes. You are not required to entertain, persuade, or soothe. You show up as yourself. The rest unfolds as it will. This acceptance reduces pressure. This connects directly to neutrality. When you are not trying to feel or make others feel a certain way, interactions become simpler. You stop pushing energy outward. You remain centered. The Stoics also valued withdrawal from unhelpful environments. They did not force themselves into spaces that disrupted inner balance. This was not avoidance. It was wisdom, knowing when something costs more than it gives. Over time, practicing these boundaries changes how interactions feel. You stop dreading them. You stop recovering from them. You enter with clarity and leave without depletion. Energy becomes steady because it is no longer leaking through unconscious effort. This does not mean becoming distant. It means becoming intentional. When you choose engagement instead of defaulting to it, connection deepens. You are present because you want to be, not because you feel obligated. As neutrality strengthens and self-respect grows, social exhaustion becomes a signal, not a problem. It tells you where boundaries are needed. When you listen, energy returns. This is another layer of the Stoic reset. Learning that connection does not require self-erasure, that care does not require depletion, that presence does not require performance. When the missing boundary is restored, social life stops draining you. It starts fitting you. And when interactions no longer cost your inner stability, you finally stop needing recovery from people who were never meant to exhaust you in the first place. As social boundaries become clearer and interactions stop draining you, another feeling often rises unexpectedly. Guilt. Not the guilt of doing something wrong, but the quieter kind. The guilt of disappointing, of changing, of no longer fitting the version of you that others grew used to. It sits in the background and whispers that you owe people something more than honesty. This guilt is powerful because it feels moral. It sounds like responsibility. But the Stoics would see it differently. They would see it as misplaced loyalty. Much of this guilt comes from confusing roles with identity. Over time, people assign you a role: the reliable one, the agreeable one, the strong one, the one who always shows up. At first, these roles feel validating. They give you a place, but slowly they harden into expectations. When you begin to outgrow them, guilt appears. The Stoics believed you are responsible for your character, not for maintaining others' comfort. This distinction matters. When you live according to expectation instead of reason, you trade integrity for approval. The cost is inner tension. Guilt thrives when you believe others' expectations define what is right. You feel bad not because you acted against your values, but because you acted against someone else's preference. The Stoics would call this moral confusion. They believed guilt was appropriate only when you violated your own principles. Everything else was discomfort, not wrongdoing. Many people carry guilt because they were taught that being loved requires being consistent in the eyes of others. Change feels like betrayal, but growth always disrupts expectations. If you evolve, some people will feel unsettled. This does not mean you did something wrong. It means reality shifted. The Stoics accepted this as natural. They understood that people form attachments not just to you, but to the version of you that benefits them. When that version changes, resistance appears. Guilt is often the emotional echo of that resistance. Another source of guilt is emotional responsibility. You feel guilty when others are disappointed, confused, or upset by your choices. You assume their feelings are your fault. The Stoics rejected this assumption. They believed each person is responsible for their own judgments and emotions. This does not mean you act without care. It means you stop taking ownership of reactions you did not cause. You can be kind without being compliant. You can be honest without being cruel. Guilt also persists when you over-explain yourself. Explanation often comes from fear of being misunderstood. You try to soften the impact of your choice by justifying it endlessly. But explanation invites negotiation. It keeps you entangled in others' expectations. The Stoics valued brevity. Clear decisions calmly stated without excessive defense. When you trust your reasons, you do not need to convince. This reduces guilt because you stop seeking permission. Another trap is inherited expectation. Family roles, cultural norms, unspoken rules. You feel guilty for not living the life others imagined for you. The Stoics believed no one owes their life to someone else's vision. You honor others best by living honestly, not by performing a role that no longer fits. Guilt also feeds on fear of loss. You worry that disappointing others will cost you love or connection. Sometimes it does. The Stoics accepted this risk. They believed a connection that requires self-betrayal is already fragile. They chose self-respect over forced harmony, not because harmony is bad, but because false harmony erodes the soul. Another important shift is recognizing that expectations are not contracts. Just because someone expects something does not mean you agreed to it. Many expectations are assumed, not discussed. Feeling guilty for breaking an unspoken rule is unnecessary suffering. The Stoics practiced conscious consent. They acted intentionally, not reflexively. When they chose to meet an expectation, it was deliberate. When they chose not to, they accepted the discomfort without self-attack. Guilt loses power when you separate discomfort from wrongdoing. Discomfort is the feeling of tension when reality changes. Wrongdoing is acting against your values. The two often get confused. There is also relief in accepting that you cannot be understood by everyone. Some people will misunderstand your choices no matter how clearly you explain them. The Stoics accepted this limitation. They focused on being clear within themselves. This ties back to self-respect. When your respect comes from aligned action, not approval, guilt weakens. You stop needing others to agree for you to feel okay. Another quiet practice is allowing disappointment without rushing to fix it. When someone is disappointed in you, you do not need to rush to restore their comfort. You can let them feel what they feel. This is not indifference, it is respect for their autonomy.
Guilt also fades when you stop apologizing for existing differently. Apologies are meant for harm, not for difference. The Stoics believed unnecessary apology undermined dignity.
As neutrality strengthens, you stop labeling others' reactions as emergencies. Discomfort passes. Relationships adjust or fall away. Life continues. You remain intact. This does not mean abandoning compassion. It means placing compassion alongside honesty, not above it. The Stoics believed true kindness included truth. Over time, as you practice this, guilt transforms. It becomes information rather than a command. You notice it, check whether you violated your values, and if not, you let it pass. This is another layer of the Stoic reset, releasing the belief that you owe others a version of yourself that no longer exists, choosing integrity over expectation, allowing disappointment without self-punishment. When you stop trying to be who others expect, you may feel guilt at first, then relief, then something steadier. You begin to feel lighter, not because everyone approves, but because you are no longer arguing with yourself. And in that quiet alignment, you finally realize that living honestly was never something to feel guilty about. As guilt loosens and you stop bending yourself to fit expectations that no longer belong to you, the mind encounters a new kind of discomfort. Not pressure from others, but tension from within. Situations that feel unresolved, conversations that ended awkwardly, decisions without clear outcomes, questions with no answers yet. The mind wants closure, and when it doesn't get it, it keeps working long after the moment has passed. This is where much quiet suffering lives. The Stoics noticed that the mind dislikes unfinished business. It wants conclusions, explanations, final judgments. When these don't arrive, it fills the gap with rumination, replaying scenes, rewriting conversations, imagining better responses, predicting outcomes. The event may be over, but mentally it never ends. The Stoics practiced something rare, letting situations remain unfinished in the mind. This does not mean giving up or being careless. It means recognizing that not everything can be resolved immediately, clearly, or at all. Some things unfold slowly. Some never fully explain themselves. The suffering comes not from this reality, but from resisting it. The mind often confuses uncertainty with danger. When something is unresolved, it assumes something is wrong. It stays alert, waiting. This keeps the nervous system activated. Rest becomes difficult because the mind believes it is still on duty. The Stoics understood that many situations resolve themselves without mental involvement. Time changes perspective. Information emerges. Emotions cool. But when the mind refuses to let go, it blocks this natural process. Letting something be unfinished is not the same as forgetting it. It is choosing not to force resolution before it is possible. The Stoics believed forcing clarity too early leads to distortion. You decide meaning before reality has finished unfolding. This often shows up in relationships. A conversation ends without closure. A message is left unanswered. A connection fades without explanation. The mind demands answers. It searches for reasons. It blames itself or others. The Stoics resisted this urge. They accepted that other people's thoughts and choices are not always accessible. Another place unfinished tension appears is in decisions. You make a choice, but uncertainty remains. The mind keeps checking. Was that right? What if I chose wrong? This constant review creates regret before any result appears. The Stoics believed once a decision was made with reason, it deserved rest. Revisiting it endlessly weakened resolve. Letting the mind leave a situation unfinished requires trust. Trust that clarity does not always come through thinking. Trust that you can act again when new information appears. Trust that not knowing right now is survivable. Modern culture reinforces the opposite. You are encouraged to process everything immediately, to explain, analyze, and resolve. This creates the illusion that mental activity equals responsibility. The Stoics disagreed. They believed restraint was often wiser than analysis. They practiced mental boundaries. When an event ended, they let it end. Reflection was brief and purposeful. Once learning was extracted, the mind moved on. Replaying without new insight was considered wasteful. Another reason unfinished situations haunt the mind is identity attachment. You worry about what an unresolved moment says about you. Did you look foolish? Did you disappoint? Did you miss something? This pulls the mind back into self-judgment. The Stoics removed identity from the equation. A moment did not define the self. It was just a moment. Letting something be unfinished also means allowing others to misunderstand you. This is difficult because the mind wants to correct perception, to explain itself into being seen accurately. The Stoics accepted that being misunderstood was sometimes unavoidable. They valued integrity over clarity in the eyes of others. Unfinished situations also appear as future anxiety. You imagine conversations that haven't happened yet, outcomes that haven't occurred. The mind tries to finish them in advance. The Stoics refused this. They dealt with events when they arrived, not before. This practice saves energy. Each imagined ending consumes attention and emotion. Letting the future remain unfinished preserves calm. You respond when reality presents itself. Another key aspect is accepting emotional incompleteness. Not every feeling resolves neatly. Some emotions fade slowly. Some return unexpectedly. The Stoics allowed emotions to move on their own timeline. Forcing closure often prolongs them. Letting things remain unfinished also restores presence. When the mind stops looping through unresolved scenes, attention returns to what is happening now. This grounds the nervous system. Calm becomes possible because the mind is no longer stuck between moments. This does not mean avoiding responsibility. If action is required, you take it. If repair is possible, you attempt it. But once action is taken, you release the rest. You do not keep working mentally when nothing can be done physically. The Stoics believed peace came from knowing when effort was no longer useful. This wisdom protected them from exhaustion. As you practice this, the mind learns a new habit. It stops grabbing onto every loose end. It trusts time. It trusts process. It allows ambiguity without panic. This connects deeply to neutrality. When you stop labeling unfinished situations as problems, they lose urgency. They become part of life's flow, not threats to stability. It also connects to boundaries. Not every situation deserves your ongoing attention. Choosing where your mind stays is an act of self-respect. This is another layer of the Stoic reset. Releasing the need for constant mental closure. Allowing life to remain partially unresolved. Trusting that not knowing everything right now does not mean something is wrong. When you let situations be unfinished in your mind, something surprising happens. The tension loosens, the replay fades, space opens, and in that space, clarity often arrives on its own, not forced, not chased, just allowed. As unfinished situations stop pulling at your attention and the mind learns to leave some doors gently open, a deeper realization begins to settle in. Inner peace is not something you either have or don't have. It is not reserved for calm personalities, quiet temperaments, or people who are simply born different. It is something learned, practiced, built over time. Many people believe peace is a trait. They say things like, "I'm just not a calm person," or "some people are naturally peaceful." This belief quietly removes responsibility and replaces it with resignation. If peace is who you are, then effort feels pointless. The Stoics rejected this idea completely. They believed inner peace was a skill. A skill is something developed through repetition, awareness, and correction. It improves with practice. It weakens when neglected. Peace, to the Stoics, worked the same way. It was not the absence of difficulty, but the ability to meet difficulty without losing internal order. Personality is reactive. Skill is responsive. If peace were a trait, it would disappear the moment life became challenging. Yet the Stoics found peace in exile, illness, loss, and uncertainty. Not because they were emotionally numb, but because they had trained their responses. They had practiced calm under pressure long before pressure arrived. Inner peace requires regulation, not temperament. It comes from learning how to manage attention, judgment, desire, and reaction. None of these are fixed traits. They are behaviors shaped by habit. The belief that peace should come naturally often leads to frustration. You try to relax. You try to calm down. You try to let go. When it doesn't work, you assume something is wrong with you. The Stoics would say, nothing is wrong. You are simply untrained in this area. No one expects strength without training. No one expects clarity without learning. Yet peace is often expected to appear on its own. This expectation creates pressure. Pressure blocks peace. Peace develops through small practices: emotional delay, mental subtraction, neutrality, boundaries, letting things remain unfinished. Each of these is a technique. Together they form a skill set. Practiced consistently, they reshape how the mind responds. Another reason peace is mistaken for personality is because it shows differently in different people. Some express it quietly, others express it firmly. Peace does not mean softness. It means internal order. You can be assertive and peaceful. You can be serious and peaceful. The Stoics did not equate peace with passivity. Peace also does not mean constant calm. Even skilled minds experience agitation. The difference is recovery. A skilled mind returns to baseline faster. It does not spiral. It does not cling. It does not dramatize. This resilience comes from practice, not genetics. Inner peace depends heavily on attention. Where attention goes, energy follows. The Stoics trained attention deliberately. They noticed when it drifted into worry, comparison, or imagination, and gently brought it back. This repeated act strengthened peace, the way repetition strengthens muscle. Another component is judgment. Peace grows when you stop labeling everything as a threat. When events are interpreted more neutrally, emotional spikes soften. This reframing takes practice. It is learned, not automatic. Desire also plays a role. Wanting things to be different creates tension. The Stoics reduced unnecessary desire. They accepted reality quickly so they could respond effectively. Acceptance was not resignation. It was clarity. This reduced inner friction. Peace also requires boundaries, not engaging with every thought, not responding to every emotion, not participating in every conflict. These boundaries are skills. They improve with awareness and repetition. Modern life weakens these skills by encouraging constant reaction. Notifications demand attention. Opinions demand response. Feelings demand expression. The Stoics resisted this pull. They chose restraint. Over time, restraint became ease. Another misconception is that peace means avoiding life. The Stoics lived fully. They engaged with politics, relationships, work, and hardship. Peace did not come from withdrawal. It came from how they showed up. Peace is built through consistency. Small choices repeated daily. Choosing not to argue internally. Choosing not to escalate emotionally. Choosing not to rush meaning. These choices seem small, but they accumulate. When peace is treated as a skill, failure becomes feedback instead of proof. A reactive moment is not a verdict. It is information. You adjust. You practice again. This mindset removes shame and keeps progress alive. The Stoics believed mastery was gradual. They did not expect perfection. They expected improvement. This patience is part of the skill. Rushing peace only creates tension. Inner peace also deepens when you stop comparing your inner state to others. Some people appear calm because they hide turbulence. Others appear intense but are internally steady. Peace is internal. It cannot be measured externally. As you move through these practices, peace becomes familiar. Not dramatic, not euphoric, reliable. You trust it because you have built it. You know how to return to it because you have practiced returning. This shifts your relationship with life. You stop fearing disruption. You stop chasing calm. You carry steadiness with you. When challenges arise, you respond with skill instead of surprise. This is a central truth of the Stoic reset. You are not missing peace because of who you are. You are building it through what you practice. And like any skill, the more you use it, the more natural it becomes. Eventually, peace stops feeling like something you reach for and starts feeling like the ground you stand on. Not because life became gentle, but because you became steady enough to meet it. As inner peace becomes something you practice rather than wait for, another habit quietly comes into view. A habit that feels like intelligence, caution, even foresight. The habit of imagining the worst. Catastrophic thinking does not arrive as panic at first. It arrives as preparation, as responsibility, as the belief that if you think far enough ahead, you can protect yourself from pain. The Stoics saw this pattern clearly, and they did not believe catastrophic thinking meant you were imagining too much. They believed it meant your imagination was incomplete. Catastrophic thinking is not a strong imagination. It is a narrow one. When something uncertain appears, the mind rushes to a single outcome. The worst one. It fills in missing information with danger, loss, failure, rejection. The imagination locks onto one future and treats it as inevitable. This feels realistic because fear sharpens focus. But sharp focus is not the same as wide vision. A healthy imagination considers range. It sees multiple possibilities. Catastrophic thinking collapses that range into one story and calls it truth. The Stoics understood that the mind is uncomfortable with uncertainty. When it does not know what will happen, it tries to regain control by predicting. The problem is that prediction without evidence leans toward threat. The mind believes danger is safer to prepare for than hope. This bias kept humans alive in the past. Today, it keeps people anxious. Catastrophic thinking often sounds logical. If this goes wrong, everything falls apart. If I fail here, it proves something about me. If this ends, I won't recover. These thoughts feel serious, but they are built on assumptions, not facts. They skip steps. They exaggerate permanence. They ignore recovery. The Stoics trained themselves to slow this process. They did not deny that bad things could happen. They denied the certainty that the worst outcome was the only one. This distinction matters. Accepting possibility is wisdom. Declaring inevitability is distortion. Another reason catastrophic thinking persists is emotional identification. The imagined future feels personal. You picture yourself suffering, losing, being alone. The emotional charge convinces the mind that the scenario is real. But emotion is not evidence, it is response. The Stoics separated visualization from belief. They practiced imagining loss not to panic, but to reduce fear. When you imagine difficulty calmly, without emotional escalation, the imagination becomes useful. It prepares without terror. Catastrophic thinking, by contrast, is imagination without regulation. It overwhelms instead of informs. It focuses only on harm and ignores capacity. It imagines the fall, but not the landing. A key Stoic insight is this: you are imagining the event, but not imagining yourself handling it. The imagination stops at disaster. It does not continue to resilience, adaptation, or support. This is why it feels unbearable. The picture is incomplete. In reality, people endure far more than they expect. They adjust. They find help. They recover. The Stoics trusted this because they had evidence, history, experience, observation. Catastrophic thinking ignores this data. Another distortion is time. The mind imagines pain as endless. It forgets that emotions change. Circumstances shift. Even severe hardship moves. The Stoics emphasized impermanence not to minimize pain, but to contextualize it. Catastrophic thinking also removes agency. When the future is imagined as fixed, action feels pointless. Anxiety rises because helplessness grows. The Stoics countered this by focusing on what could be done now, not to fix the future, but to stay grounded in the present. Imagination becomes healthy when it expands instead of contracts, when it includes multiple outcomes, when it considers uncertainty honestly, when it imagines coping, not just catastrophe. The Stoics practiced asking better questions. Instead of, "What if everything goes wrong?" they asked, "What would I do if it did?" This shifts imagination from fear to function, from paralysis to preparation. Another important correction is scale. Catastrophic thinking turns problems into identities. A setback becomes a verdict. The Stoics refused this. They treated events as events, not as summaries of a life. Modern life encourages catastrophic thinking by amplifying consequence. One mistake feels public. One delay feels fatal. One rejection feels defining. The Stoics lived without constant exposure. but the principle holds. Reducing exaggeration restores proportion. This habit also ties back to emotional delay. Catastrophic thoughts arrive with urgency. If you pause before believing them, they soften. Time reveals exaggeration. Distance reveals options. Catastrophic thinking is also fueled by self-distrust. If you do not trust yourself to adapt, the future feels dangerous. As self-trust grows, catastrophic thinking weakens. You know you can respond, even if things go wrong. The Stoics believed courage was not the absence of fear, but confidence in one's ability to meet reality. This confidence came from practice, not optimism. When imagination is retrained, it becomes an ally. It helps you prepare without panicking. It widens perspective instead of narrowing it. It allows uncertainty without turning it into threat. This does not mean you stop imagining difficulty. It means you imagine it fully, including response, including resilience, including change. As inner peace becomes a skill and neutrality replaces forced positivity, catastrophic thinking loses its grip. The mind no longer needs to jump to extremes to feel prepared. This is another layer of the reset, not silencing imagination, but restoring its balance, letting it explore instead of trap, letting it consider without condemning. When imagination stops failing itself, fear loses its authority, and the future, once heavy with disaster, becomes something simpler, unknown, and manageable. As catastrophic thinking loosens and imagination regains balance, another hidden drain becomes obvious. It is not fear or doubt, but overload. Too many choices, too many perspectives, too many internal debates. By the time a decision is needed, energy is already gone. This is decision fatigue, and it quietly erodes action. The Stoics saw this problem clearly. They believed exhaustion often comes not from doing too much, but from considering too much. Decision fatigue builds when the mind carries excess opinions, not just opinions from others, but your own competing views. One part of you wants safety, another wants growth, another wants approval, another wants rest. Each has a voice. Each wants to be heard. When every choice becomes a negotiation between these voices, action weakens. Modern life multiplies this problem. You are exposed to constant advice, comparisons, strategies, and standards. Every decision comes with imagined consequences and imagined judgments. The mind becomes crowded. Clarity disappears. The Stoics responded with subtraction, fewer opinions, clear values, stronger action. They believed most decisions did not need deep analysis. They needed alignment. When values are clear, decisions become simpler. You do not ask what feels best, looks best, or avoids discomfort. You ask what is reasonable and consistent with your principles. Decision fatigue is often mistaken for laziness or lack of discipline. In reality, it is mental exhaustion caused by overthinking. The Stoics reduced this by limiting what they allowed into the decision-making process. They did not consult every emotion. They did not seek universal approval. They did not rehearse every possible outcome. They focused on what was within their control and ignored the rest. Another cause of decision fatigue is the belief that every decision must be perfect. This belief creates paralysis. The mind searches endlessly for the best option, afraid of regret. The Stoics rejected perfection. They aimed for adequacy, guided by reason. They believed a decision made with honest intention deserved commitment, even if it turned out imperfect. This reduced second-guessing. Once a choice was made, it was made. The mind moved on. Opinion overload also weakens confidence. When you weigh too many perspectives, you lose trust in your own judgment. The Stoics trained judgment through practice, not endless consultation. They believed judgment improved by being used, not avoided. Fewer opinions does not mean ignoring wisdom. It means choosing a small set of guiding principles and returning to them consistently. This creates coherence. The mind stops switching frameworks mid-decision. Another source of fatigue is emotional forecasting. You try to predict how you will feel after each option. This rarely works. Emotions change. The Stoics focused on action, not prediction. They accepted that discomfort might follow any choice and trusted themselves to handle it. Decision fatigue also increases when choices are treated as identity statements. What does this say about me? What if this defines my future? The Stoics refused this framing. A decision was a step, not a verdict. This reduced pressure. They also limited daily decisions where possible. Routine was not rigidity, but relief. When some choices are pre-decided, energy is preserved for what matters. Morning routines, simple meals, consistent practices. These removed unnecessary decision-making. Modern culture glorifies endless options. Freedom is equated with choice. The Stoics believed freedom came from clarity. Too many options dilute action. Clear constraints strengthen it. Fewer opinions also means less internal commentary. When every decision is narrated, justified, and explained internally, fatigue grows. The Stoics practiced silence in the mind. Decide, then act. Explanation was optional. Another key reset is separating decision from outcome. You are responsible for choosing wisely, not for controlling results. When outcome anxiety is removed, decisions feel lighter. Action becomes possible. Decision fatigue often hides fear of responsibility. When choices feel heavy, delay feels safer. The Stoics accepted responsibility without drama. They acted, adjusted, and learned. This kept momentum alive. Strong action does not come from certainty, it comes from commitment. The Stoics committed to values, not guarantees. This allowed them to move forward even when unsure. Another powerful shift is limiting advice. Too much advice fragments judgment. The Stoics chose mentors carefully and avoided noise. Not every opinion deserved attention. This ties directly to mental subtraction. Removing unnecessary input creates space. In that space, reason becomes audible again. As inner peace becomes a skill and imagination regains balance, decision-making simplifies. You stop asking too many questions. You stop waiting for perfect clarity. You trust your framework. Fewer opinions create a stronger center. From that center, action flows with less resistance. This is the Stoic reset for decision fatigue. Not doing more analysis, but less. Not seeking more certainty, but accepting enough. Not carrying every voice, but choosing which ones matter. When decisions are guided by clear principles, energy returns, action strengthens, regret fades faster. The mind stops spinning and starts moving, and in that movement, fatigue gives way to something steadier. Momentum, quiet, reliable, and your own. As decision-making becomes lighter and action steadier, another modern habit quietly reveals its cost. The habit of constant healing. Always working on yourself, always processing, always searching for what is still wrong. At first, this looks responsible, even admirable, but over time it creates an invisible cage. The Stoics would see a problem here, not with healing itself, but with the identity it creates. When you are always healing, you are always broken. This is not said harshly. It is said clearly. The mind learns from repetition. When your attention is constantly directed toward wounds, flaws, and unfinished repair, the mind absorbs a message. Something is fundamentally wrong with me. Even if progress is happening, the identity stays the same. Healing becomes a full-time role. You scan your emotions, you analyze reactions, you revisit the past, you search for patterns. None of this is wrong in itself. The problem is when it never ends, when self-awareness turns into self-surveillance. The Stoics did not view the human condition as something to fix. They viewed it as something to train. There is a crucial difference. Fixing implies defect. Training implies capacity. Constant healing keeps attention backward, toward causes, origins, explanations. The Stoics respected understanding, but they did not live there. They believed excessive focus on the past weakens presence. You become an expert in your pain, but a beginner in your life. Another trap is emotional excavation, digging for feelings, revisiting memories, reopening wounds to make sure they are truly healed. This often keeps emotions active that would otherwise settle. The mind confuses attention with progress, but attention can also reinforce. The Stoics practiced something quieter. They noticed what arose, learned what was useful, and returned to action. They did not keep wounds open to prove they were real. They allowed time and behavior to do their work. Constant healing also delays responsibility. You tell yourself you will live fully once you are healed, once you understand everything, once nothing hurts. This future never arrives. Life remains on hold while the mind prepares endlessly. The Stoics rejected this postponement. They believed character was formed in action, not in analysis. You do not become whole by understanding yourself forever. You become whole by living according to reason, despite imperfection. Healing culture often frames discomfort as evidence of damage. If you feel anxious, it must be trauma. If you feel sad, it must be unresolved grief. While these explanations can be valid, they are not always necessary. Sometimes discomfort is simply part of being human. The Stoics normalized discomfort. They did not treat it as pathology. This reduced fear. When discomfort is not treated as a problem to solve, it passes more easily. Another issue is identity attachment. When you identify as someone who is healing, you may unconsciously resist being healed. Progress threatens the role. The mind does not like losing familiar identities, even painful ones. Remaining broken feels safer than becoming unknown. The Stoics avoided identity labels for this reason. They did not define themselves by wounds or strengths. They defined themselves by practice. What they did daily mattered more than what they had experienced. Constant healing also fragments attention. You are always looking inward, monitoring, interpreting. This creates self-absorption, not peace. The Stoics believed peace came from alignment with reality, not fixation on the self. They encouraged engagement, work, service, responsibility, not as distraction, but as grounding. Life itself was part of the cure. Healing language can also create passivity. You wait for readiness, for clarity, for resolution. The Stoics acted before readiness. They trusted action to clarify what thinking could not. Another subtle trap is moralizing pain. You feel pressure to honor your wounds, to respect your struggle by staying with it. But pain does not require loyalty. It requires understanding and then release. The Stoics believed clinging to pain was unnecessary suffering. Once a lesson was learned, the pain no longer deserved attention. They did not revisit old injuries to prove they mattered. This does not mean suppressing emotion. It means not building identity around it. Emotions pass. Identity should remain flexible. Constant healing also keeps you searching for causes instead of building capacity. Why am I like this? What happened to me? These questions can be useful once. Asked endlessly, they weaken forward movement. The Stoics asked a different question. What is required of me now? This returned attention to the present, to agency, to dignity. Healing, when endless, also invites comparison. Who is more healed? Who is more aware? This recreates the very instability you are trying to escape. The Stoic path was simpler. Accept imperfection. Reduce unnecessary suffering. Act according to values. Repeat. As stability replaces the need to feel fixed, the urge to constantly heal fades. Not because nothing hurts, but because pain no longer defines direction. This is another layer of the reset. Letting go of the broken identity. Releasing the belief that you must be repaired before you can live. You are not an unfinished project. You are a practicing human. Healing happens naturally when attention shifts from self-fixation to steady action. When wounds are not fed with constant analysis. When life is allowed to move forward. The Stoics trusted this process. They did not rush healing. They did not worship it either. They lived. And in living, much of what needed healing resolved itself quietly. Not because it was forced, but because it was no longer in charge. As the grip of the broken identity loosens and life stops being postponed for perfect healing, something subtle but powerful becomes available again. Space. Not empty space, but quiet. The kind that feels unfamiliar at first. The kind the mind often tries to fill immediately. The Stoics did not rush to fill it. They protected it. They understood that authority over your life does not come from having more to say. It comes from knowing when not to speak. Silence, to the Stoics, was not absence. It was control. Most people give away authority through constant reaction, explaining themselves, defending choices, responding to every opinion, filling every pause. The more you react, the more external forces shape your inner state. The Stoics saw this clearly. They chose silence not to withdraw from life, but to reclaim authorship of it. Silence interrupts impulsive reaction. When something provokes you and you do not immediately respond, you regain time. Time to let emotions settle. Time to decide what actually matters. Time to choose response instead of reflex. This pause restores power because it removes urgency. The Stoics believed urgency was often artificial, created by emotion, expectation, or fear of judgment. Silence dissolves false urgency. When you do not rush to answer, the situation often softens on its own. Many conflicts shrink when they are not fed. Another way silence restores authority is by breaking the habit of explanation. Explaining yourself repeatedly teaches the mind that your choices require approval. The Stoics avoided unnecessary explanation. They trusted their reasons. When reasons are solid, silence feels natural. This does not mean secrecy or avoidance. It means restraint, speaking when there is value, remaining silent when there is not. This discernment protects energy and dignity. Silence also reduces internal noise. Much of inner turmoil comes from constant self-talk, narrating, judging, rehearsing. The Stoics practiced limiting inner speech. Fewer words meant fewer distortions. When the mind spoke less, it saw more clearly. Another overlooked effect of silence is emotional regulation. Speaking while emotional often escalates emotion. Silence allows emotion to peak and pass without becoming action. This is not suppression. It is timing. The Stoics believed not every thought deserved expression. Expression gave thoughts weight. Silence allowed them to fade. This reduced regret because fewer impulsive words were released into the world. Silence also shifts power dynamics. When you do not rush to respond, you stop being led by others' expectations. You are no longer dancing to every cue. This quiet confidence unsettles people who rely on reaction, but it stabilizes you. Another way silence restores authority is through listening. When you are silent, you observe more. You hear what people actually say, not just what they want you to hear. You notice patterns, motivations, inconsistencies. This awareness sharpens judgment. The Stoics valued listening over speaking because it reduced error. Speaking commits you to a position. Listening keeps options open. Authority grows from accuracy, not volume. Silence also protects self-respect. Oversharing often comes from anxiety. The need to be understood, to be validated, to be seen as reasonable. The Stoics did not seek constant understanding. They accepted that being misunderstood was sometimes the price of integrity. When you stop explaining yourself excessively, guilt weakens. You are no longer trying to manage others' reactions. You let them have their experience. This restores emotional boundaries. Silence also strengthens focus. Modern life fragments attention through constant communication. Messages, notifications, opinions. The Stoics reduced input deliberately. Silence was a way to preserve attention for what mattered. They also used silence to reconnect with values. When external noise quiets, internal clarity increases. You hear what aligns and what doesn't. Decisions become easier because you are no longer overwhelmed by competing voices. Another important aspect is silence with discomfort. Many people speak to escape awkwardness, uncertainty, or tension. The Stoics stayed silent through these moments. This trained emotional patience. They learned that discomfort passes without intervention. Silence also reclaims time. Conversations often expand unnecessarily. Debates repeat. Explanations loop. Silence shortens interactions without conflict. This preserves energy. The Stoics were not silent all the time. They spoke with purpose. When they did speak, their words carried weight because they were not diluted by excess. Authority grows when speech is intentional. This practice also applies inward. Silence from self-criticism, silence from constant analysis, letting the mind rest without commentary. This quiet allows the nervous system to settle. Calm becomes physical, not forced. Silence is uncomfortable at first because it removes distraction. You hear your own thoughts more clearly, but with practice, those thoughts slow. The mind stops needing to perform. Another benefit is reduced reactivity. When you do not immediately respond, you stop escalating situations. Many conflicts dissolve simply because you did not add fuel. This is quiet strength. This connects to letting situations remain unfinished. Silence allows unresolved things to stay unresolved without panic. You do not rush to close loops that need time. As the urge to constantly heal fades, silence becomes easier. You are no longer narrating your inner state. You are living. This is another layer of the Stoic reset, reclaiming authority by withdrawing from constant expression, choosing when to speak, choosing when to remain quiet. Silence is not weakness, it is containment. It holds energy instead of spending it. It protects clarity instead of diluting it. When you learn to use silence, life stops pulling you in every direction. You stop reacting and start directing. And in that quiet direction, you feel something return that you may not have realized you lost. Control, not over others, over yourself. That is the power the Stoics protected, and it is still available to you. As silence restores authority and reaction slows, another confusion often surfaces. Many people believe they are being strong when they are actually shutting themselves down. They confuse endurance with suppression. From the outside, the two can look the same. Inside, they lead to very different outcomes. Endurance is conscious. Suppression is automatic. The Stoics understood this distinction deeply. They believed strength came from meeting reality fully, not from numbing yourself to it. Suppression hides discomfort. Endurance allows it to exist without letting it take control. Suppression begins with fear. Fear of feeling too much. Fear of breaking down. Fear of appearing weak. So you push emotions away. You distract. You stay busy. You tell yourself you're fine. This works temporarily. But what is pushed down does not disappear. It accumulates. Endurance is different. It does not deny pain. It does not rush to escape it. It stays present without feeding the emotion or resisting it. The Stoics practiced endurance as a form of clarity. They allowed sensation and emotion to pass through without turning them into identity or narrative. Suppression keeps the nervous system tense. The body remains alert because something unresolved is being held back. Over time, this creates fatigue, irritability, and sudden emotional release. Suppressed emotion leaks out sideways. Endurance, by contrast, calms the nervous system. When the body learns that discomfort can be felt without danger, tension reduces. Emotions move naturally instead of being stored. Another key difference is awareness. Suppression avoids awareness. You don't look too closely. You don't name what you feel. Endurance requires awareness. You acknowledge the sensation without judgment. This acknowledgement allows processing to happen. The Stoics believed emotions were physical events. They arose in the body. Suppression ignored this reality. Endurance respected it. They allowed the body to feel while keeping the mind steady. Many people suppress because they believe endurance means not feeling anything. The Stoics believed endurance meant feeling without collapsing. This requires practice. It is not passive, it is active restraint. Suppression also creates rigidity. You become brittle. When pressure exceeds capacity, breakdown happens. Endurance builds flexibility. You bend without breaking because nothing is being forced underground. Another misunderstanding is moral. People praise suppression as discipline. I didn't complain. I didn't react. I pushed through. But pushing through without awareness is not discipline. It is avoidance with effort. Stoic endurance includes reflection. You notice what hurts. You learn from it. You do not dramatize it, but you do not ignore it. This creates wisdom, not just tolerance. Suppression often leads to delayed suffering. You hold everything together until you can't. Endurance spreads the load over time. You process as you go. Nothing builds to a breaking point. The Stoics practiced emotional honesty with themselves. They did not pretend to be unaffected. They simply refused to let emotion dictate behavior. This is the balance most people miss. Another sign of suppression is numbness. You stop feeling highs and lows. Life feels flat. This is not peace. It is disconnection. Endurance preserves sensitivity while maintaining control. Suppression often comes with self-judgment. I shouldn't feel this. This is weak. Endurance removes judgment. A feeling is allowed without commentary. This reduces inner conflict. Endurance also involves choice. You choose not to act impulsively. You choose to remain steady. Suppression removes choice by avoiding awareness altogether. The Stoics believed true strength was calm awareness under pressure, not denial, not distraction, presence. This distinction matters because suppression eventually demands release. Endurance allows release naturally. Tears come when needed. Rest happens when required. Nothing is forced. Modern culture often rewards suppression. Keep going. Stay productive. Don't slow down. The Stoics valued sustainability. A life built on suppression cannot last. Endurance also connects to self-respect. When you allow yourself to feel honestly, you maintain trust. Suppression breaks trust because you abandon yourself to appear strong. As silence deepens and emotional delay becomes natural, endurance replaces suppression. You stop running from discomfort. You stop drowning in it. You stay with it just long enough for it to pass. This is another layer of the Stoic reset. Learning that strength is not hardness, it is steadiness. Not numbness, but balance. When you endure instead of suppress, pain teaches instead of festers. Emotions move instead of stagnate. The mind remains clear because nothing is being hidden from it. And in that clarity, you realize something important. You were never meant to feel nothing. You were meant to feel without losing yourself. That is endurance. And it is a skill worth learning. As endurance replaces suppression and you stop fighting what you feel, another truth becomes impossible to ignore. Emotional control does not begin in the mind. It begins in the body. Most people try to think their way into calm, while their body remains tense, restless, and alert. The Stoics would say this effort is misplaced. You cannot calm a moving body with a busy mind. Emotions are not abstract ideas. They are physical events. Heart rate changes, muscles tighten, breathing shifts, posture collapses or braces. Before the mind forms a story, the body has already reacted. This is why emotional control that starts with thinking often fails. The body is still shouting while the mind tries to reason. The Stoics understood this connection intuitively. They knew that when the body is still, the mind follows more easily. Stillness sends a signal of safety. Motion sends a signal of urgency. A restless body tells the nervous system something is wrong, even if nothing is happening. Modern life keeps the body in constant low-level motion, fidgeting, scrolling, shifting, multitasking. Even when sitting, the body is rarely still. This trains the nervous system to stay alert. Emotional reactions rise faster because the body never fully settles. Emotional control feels impossible in this state because the system is already activated. Trying to regulate emotion without addressing physical agitation is like trying to calm waves without calming the wind. The Stoics practiced physical stillness deliberately, sitting quietly, standing without distraction, walking slowly, not as meditation rituals, but as regulation tools. They understood that stillness grounds attention and reduces internal noise. Physical stillness does not mean rigidity, it means lack of unnecessary movement. When the body stops moving, attention naturally turns inward. Breathing deepens, heart rate slows, the nervous system begins to downshift. This creates the conditions for emotional clarity. Another reason physical stillness matters is because emotion feeds on momentum. Anger escalates when the body paces. Anxiety intensifies when breath is shallow and movement is restless. Stillness interrupts this momentum. It gives emotion nowhere to run. The Stoics did not suppress emotion physically. They did not freeze. They relaxed. Shoulders dropped, jaw softened, breath slowed. This relaxation told the body there was no immediate threat. Emotion softened as a result. Many people misunderstand emotional control as force, clenching, holding, containing. This increases tension and prolongs emotion. The Stoics practiced release instead, letting the body settle so emotion could pass. Another overlooked aspect is posture. The body communicates internally. A collapsed posture reinforces helplessness. A tense posture reinforces threat. Neutral, upright stillness supports balance. The Stoics paid attention to how they carried themselves because they knew posture affected thought. Physical stillness also limits impulsive action. When the body is still, reaction slows. You are less likely to speak quickly, interrupt, or escalate. This space allows emotional delay to function. Stillness buys time. Modern emotional advice often skips the body entirely. Think differently, reframe, analyze. The Stoics started with the body because it is faster. You can still the body in seconds. The mind takes longer to follow. Another benefit of stillness is awareness. When movement stops, sensation becomes clearer. You notice tension, you notice breath, you notice emotion as sensation rather than story. This reduces identification. Emotion becomes something you feel, not something you are. Physical stillness also trains tolerance. Sitting with discomfort without moving teaches the nervous system that sensation is survivable. This reduces fear of emotion. Over time, reactions soften because the body trusts itself. The Stoics practiced this during discomfort, pain, cold, fatigue. They remained physically composed. This was not bravado, it was training. The body learned that discomfort did not require chaos. Stillness also conserves energy. Emotional reactions consume energy through movement and tension. Stillness preserves it. This leaves more capacity for thoughtful response. Another reason emotional control starts with stillness is that words often make things worse. Speaking while emotionally activated increases commitment to a reaction. Stillness delays speech. Silence allows emotion to settle before expression. This connects directly to silence as authority. When the body is still, silence feels natural instead of forced. You are not restraining yourself. You are grounded. Physical stillness also reduces overthinking. When the body stops moving, mental loops lose fuel. Thoughts slow because there is less physiological arousal supporting them. The Stoics did not aim to control emotion by force. They aimed to remove conditions that amplified it. Restlessness was one of those conditions. This does not mean you must sit motionless all the time. It means recognizing moments when stillness is needed. When emotion spikes, movement often escalates it. Choosing stillness is choosing regulation. Over time, this practice changes baseline state. The body becomes more comfortable at rest. The nervous system recovers faster. Emotional reactions become less intense because the system is not constantly primed. This also builds confidence. You learn that you can sit through discomfort without acting. You trust your capacity to endure sensation. This trust reduces fear. As endurance replaces suppression and silence restores authority, physical stillness becomes the foundation. Without it, other practices struggle to take hold. This is another layer of the Stoic reset. Not thinking your way into calm, but settling your body first. Letting the nervous system downshift before the mind decides what anything means. When the body is still, emotion no longer feels like a wave that knocks you over. It becomes a current that passes through. And in that stillness, control stops being something you force. It becomes something that happens naturally. As the body learns stillness and emotions stop rushing the system, another habit begins to soften. The habit of taking every emotional shift as a personal statement. A good mood means you're doing well. A bad mood means something is wrong. The mind treats moods like verdicts, and life becomes a constant evaluation. The Stoics did not live this way. They understood moods as weather, not identity. Mood swings feel personal because they happen inside you. They change how you think, what you notice, how you interpret events. When a low mood arrives, the mind searches for meaning. Why do I feel like this? What does this say about me? These questions assume intention where there is often only fluctuation. The Stoics believed most moods are physiological and circumstantial before they are meaningful. Sleep, hunger, stimulation, social exposure, physical tension, even weather can shift emotional tone. When you treat these shifts as reflections of your character or progress, you add unnecessary weight. Taking moods personally creates secondary suffering. You don't just feel low, you judge the feeling, you worry about it, you try to fix it. This reaction often prolongs the mood because attention feeds it. The Stoic approach was to observe moods without identification. A low mood was not a failure. A high mood was not an achievement. Both were temporary states passing through the system. This perspective removes pressure. When you stop demanding consistency from your emotions, they stop rebelling. The nervous system relaxes because it is no longer being scrutinized. Mood swings often intensify when you believe they require action. You feel anxious and assume you must resolve it. You feel unmotivated and assume something is wrong. The Stoics refused this urgency. They allowed moods to exist without response. Another reason moods feel personal is internal narration. When the mood shifts, the mind starts telling stories. I'm falling behind. I've lost my progress. This always happens. These narratives turn a temporary state into a long-term concern. The Stoics trained themselves to limit these stories. They noticed the mood and continued acting according to values. Action without emotional alignment feels strange at first, but it breaks the cycle. When behavior remains steady, moods lose authority. They no longer decide what happens next. The Stoics also understood that moods are often delayed reactions. A calm day can be followed by unexplained heaviness. A stressful period can be followed by sudden fatigue. The mind tries to connect these states to immediate causes, but often there is none. This mismatch creates confusion and self-blame. By refusing to take moods personally, you stop searching for explanations that don't exist. You accept that the system is recalibrating. This acceptance allows recovery. Another key shift is separating mood from meaning. A low mood does not mean your life is wrong. A high mood does not mean everything is right. Meaning comes from actions and values, not emotional tone. The Stoics believed character was revealed by consistency, not feeling. You show who you are by what you choose during emotional fluctuation, not by how you feel on your best days. Mood swings also feel personal because modern culture encourages emotional tracking. You monitor how you feel constantly. This hyper-awareness magnifies normal variation. The Stoics practiced awareness without fixation. They noticed emotion, then returned attention to the task at hand. Another trap is comparing moods over time. You remember feeling better and assume you should feel that way again. This comparison creates resistance. Resistance feeds discomfort. The Stoics accepted change as natural. They did not cling to previous states. There is also relief in understanding that moods do not require interpretation. Not every emotional shift carries a message. Some are simply noise. Treating noise as signal creates confusion. The Stoics believed clarity came from reducing interpretation, not increasing it. When a mood arises, you acknowledge it and continue. You do not interrogate it. You do not assign it a role. This approach builds emotional resilience. You stop being thrown off by inner fluctuations. You stop riding emotional highs and lows. Life becomes steadier because you are no longer adjusting your identity with each shift. Another important aspect is physical regulation. Mood swings often reflect body state, tension, hunger, exhaustion. When you address the body, the mood often changes without mental effort. The Stoics paid attention to physical needs without dramatizing emotional consequences. Mood swings also lose power when you stop labeling them. Instead of, "I'm anxious" or "I'm depressed," you notice there is heaviness or there is restlessness. This language creates distance. Distance reduces identification. The Stoics believed emotions became problematic when they were personalized. When you say, "I am this," you trap yourself. When you say, "This is happening," you remain free. This connects directly to neutrality. Neutrality allows moods to pass without evaluation. You do not need to feel good. You do not need to feel bad. You simply feel. Over time, as emotional delay and physical stillness become habits, mood swings smooth out. Not because they disappear, but because you stop amplifying them. This also restores trust. You trust that a low mood will pass. You trust that a high mood does not need to be chased. This trust reduces anxiety around internal change. Taking moods personally keeps you unstable because your sense of self keeps shifting. Letting moods be impersonal stabilizes identity. You remain yourself regardless of emotional weather. This is another layer of the Stoic reset. Releasing the belief that emotions define you. Seeing moods as passing states, not personal truths. When you stop taking mood swings personally, you stop fighting yourself. The inner climate becomes less dramatic. Recovery becomes faster. Energy returns. And in that steadiness, you realize something important. You were never failing on bad days. You were simply human. And once you stop arguing with that fact, peace becomes much easier to maintain. As moods stop defining you and emotional weather loses its authority, a deeper fear often surfaces. The fear that if you stop caring so much, you will stop trying. That detachment will turn into indifference. That letting go of outcomes means giving up on effort. This misunderstanding keeps many people locked in tension. The Stoics did not detach to withdraw. They detached to act more clearly. Detachment, in Stoic terms, was not the absence of care. It was the removal of emotional dependency on results. You could work fully, commit deeply, and still release control over how things turned out. This balance is what most people miss. Modern thinking often ties effort to outcome. You care because you want a specific result. When the result is threatened, anxiety rises. When the result fails, motivation collapses. This creates instability because outcomes are never fully in your control. The Stoics separated effort from outcome deliberately. They believed your responsibility ended at action, guided by reason and values. What happened afterward belonged to reality. This separation did not weaken effort. It purified it. When you are attached to outcomes, fear enters the process. You start adjusting behavior to protect results. You hesitate. You overthink. You avoid risk. Effort becomes tense because it is carrying expectation. Detachment removes this tension. When outcomes no longer define success, effort becomes cleaner. You do what makes sense without constantly checking whether it will pay off. This increases consistency because you are no longer negotiating with fear. Passivity comes from hopelessness, not detachment. People become passive when they believe effort is pointless. Stoic detachment is the opposite. It assumes effort matters even when outcomes are uncertain. The Stoics believed you could control your character, your preparation, your response. They did not believe you could control chance, timing, or other people. When you focus energy only where control exists, effort strengthens instead of draining. Another reason detachment is misunderstood is emotional reward. Many people rely on outcomes for validation. Success proves worth. Failure threatens it. Detaching from outcomes removes this emotional leverage. This feels uncomfortable at first because it removes a familiar source of motivation. The Stoics replaced this with a different reward: integrity. Acting in alignment with values became the reward itself. This form of motivation is stable. It does not rise and fall with results. Detachment also reduces anxiety because it removes imagined futures from decision-making. When you are attached to outcomes, your mind constantly jumps ahead. What if this fails? What if this succeeds? What if it changes everything? These thoughts pull attention away from the present. The Stoic approach was to return attention to the task itself. What is required now? What can be done well now? This focus produces better work because attention is not divided. Another important distinction is between preference and dependence. The Stoics preferred good outcomes. They worked toward them, but they did not need them to be okay. This difference matters. Preference allows disappointment without collapse. Dependence does not. Detachment also improves resilience. When an outcome fails, you recover faster because your identity was not invested in it. You learn, you adjust, you continue. This is not apathy, it is durability. People often cling to outcomes because they believe letting go means not caring. In reality, clinging often reduces care. It narrows vision. It creates fear-driven effort. Detachment expands vision. It allows you to care without panic. The Stoics practiced this through constant reminder. They would mentally separate what was theirs from what was not. Action was theirs. Results were not. This simple division reduced inner conflict. Another benefit of detachment is courage. When outcomes no longer threaten identity, risk becomes easier. You speak honestly. You act boldly. You try things that matter. Attachment breeds caution. Detachment breeds clarity. Detachment also reduces resentment. When you expect specific outcomes, disappointment turns into bitterness. When outcomes are released, disappointment passes without poisoning motivation. This approach also restores enjoyment. When you are not constantly evaluating progress against expectation, you can be present. You enjoy the process instead of racing toward the finish. This makes effort sustainable. The Stoics did not detach by withdrawing emotionally. They detached by adjusting perspective. They cared deeply about living well. They simply refused to let chance dictate their inner state. Another key insight is that passivity often comes from exhaustion, not detachment. When you carry outcomes emotionally, you burn out. Detachment preserves energy. It allows you to keep showing up. This connects directly to self-trust. When you trust yourself to respond to whatever happens, you do not need to control outcomes. You know you can adapt. This confidence removes desperation. Detachment also clarifies intention. When outcomes are not the focus, motives become cleaner. You act because it is right, not because it guarantees reward. This alignment strengthens character. The Stoics believed life was uncertain by nature. Fighting this created suffering. Working within it created peace. Detachment was their way of cooperating with reality instead of arguing with it. As you practice this, effort feels different, less tense, more direct. You stop asking, "Will this work?" and start asking, "Is this worth doing?" This question leads to better choices. This is another layer of the Stoic reset. Releasing emotional grip on results while maintaining commitment to action. Letting go without giving up. When detachment replaces attachment, passivity does not appear. Clarity does. You act with full presence and accept whatever follows. And in that acceptance, something unexpected happens. You become more effective, more resilient, more free.
Not because you stopped caring,
but because you finally learned where care belongs. As detachment replaces emotional grip on outcomes, another misunderstanding quietly dissolves. The idea that resilience means being tough, hard, unaffected, able to push through anything without feeling it. This image is praised everywhere, yet it misunderstands how resilience actually works. The Stoics did not equate resilience with toughness. They equated it with flexibility. Toughness resists. Flexibility adapts. Toughness tries to overpower experience. It says, "This shouldn't hurt. I'll ignore this. I'll just push through." Sometimes this works in the short term, but over time, toughness creates rigidity. And rigid things break. The Stoics understood that life does not defeat you through force alone. It wears you down through interpretation. How you explain events to yourself determines whether you recover or collapse. This is where resilience is built or lost. Resilience is not about what happens to you. It is about how you frame what happens. Two people can experience the same setback. One sees it as proof of inadequacy. The other sees it as information. The event is identical. The interpretation is not. The second person recovers faster, not because they are tougher, but because their meaning-making is flexible. The Stoics trained this flexibility deliberately. They believed emotional pain intensified when events were given fixed meanings. This ruined everything. This means I failed. This shouldn't have happened. These interpretations trap the mind. They turn temporary events into permanent conclusions. Flexible interpretation loosens these conclusions. It does not deny difficulty.
It changes how difficulty is understood.
Another reason toughness fails is because it treats emotion as an enemy. You harden against feeling. You numb yourself. This creates distance not just from pain, but from learning. Emotion carries information. When you suppress it, you lose feedback. The Stoics allowed emotion to exist without letting it define reality. They felt disappointment, grief, frustration. But they did not add unnecessary meaning. They did not turn emotion into identity. Resilience comes from this restraint. You experience the feeling, but you do not build a story that locks you inside it. Toughness often relies on control. Control over self, control over others, control over outcomes. When control fails, toughness collapses. Flexibility survives because it does not require control. It requires adjustment. The Stoics expected things to go wrong. This expectation reduced shock. When something failed, they were not surprised. They adapted. This adaptability is the core of resilience. Another difference is speed of recovery. Toughness delays breakdown, but when it comes, it is intense. Flexibility allows small adjustments along the way. Stress is processed instead of stored. Recovery happens continuously. Interpretation shapes emotion faster than circumstance does. If you interpret a challenge as unfair, anger rises. If you interpret it as expected, tension drops. The Stoics used this deliberately. They framed obstacles as part of life's structure, not interruptions. This does not mean pretending everything is fine. It means choosing interpretations that reduce suffering without distorting reality. Flexible interpretation also protects self-respect. When setbacks are interpreted as personal flaws, shame appears. Shame weakens resilience because it attacks identity. The Stoics avoided this by separating action from worth. A mistake was a mistake, not a verdict. Another reason resilience is misunderstood is cultural praise for endurance without reflection. Just deal with it. Be strong. Don't let it affect you. This advice encourages suppression, not resilience. Suppression postpones pain. Flexibility transforms it. The Stoics believed wisdom was learning how to respond differently to the same events. Not harder. Different. Interpretation is where this change happens. When you reinterpret an event, you change its emotional impact. Not by lying to yourself, but by widening perspective. For example, loss can be interpreted as devastation or as change. Criticism can be interpreted as attack or as information. Delay can be interpreted as failure or as adjustment. None of these interpretations erase difficulty. They change how the system responds. Flexibility also prevents bitterness. When events are locked into rigid meanings, resentment builds. The Stoics avoided resentment by accepting reality quickly. Acceptance allowed them to move forward instead of staying stuck in what should have been. Another benefit of flexible interpretation is energy conservation. Toughness consumes energy by resisting reality. Flexibility uses less energy by working with it. This leaves more capacity for action. Resilience also requires humility. You must accept that your first interpretation may be wrong. Toughness clings to certainty. Flexibility allows revision. The Stoics valued this openness because it reduced error. Interpretive flexibility also improves relationships. You stop assuming intent. You stop personalizing behavior. This reduces conflict and emotional drain. The Stoics trained themselves to describe events plainly before interpreting them. Facts first, meaning second. This sequence prevented emotional escalation. Another key insight is impermanence. Toughness treats moments as tests to survive. Flexibility treats them as phases. This reduces panic because nothing feels final. Resilience grows when you trust your ability to adapt. You don't need to be unbreakable. You need to be adjustable. This trust reduces fear because you are not betting everything on control. As detachment deepens and outcomes lose emotional grip, interpretation becomes the main lever of stability. You realize that how you explain life to yourself matters more than what life does. This is another layer of the Stoic reset, letting go of the myth that strength means hardness, learning instead that strength is responsiveness. When interpretation becomes flexible, pain teaches instead of hardens. Setbacks inform instead of define. Change becomes navigable instead of threatening. You still feel. You still struggle. But you bend instead of break.
And that bending is not weakness.
It is resilience in its most durable form. As resilience becomes flexibility instead of hardness, a final and uncomfortable truth comes into view. Not everything gets better. Some situations remain unresolved. Some efforts do not pay off. Some chapters stretch longer than expected, and this is where many philosophies quietly fail, because they rely on improvement as proof that life is working. The Stoics prepared for this moment. They asked a different question. Not how do I feel when things improve, but how do I live when they don't? Most suffering comes from conditional living. You tell yourself you will relax once things change. You will feel peace once progress appears. You will enjoy life once clarity arrives. When improvement stalls, life feels suspended. You endure, but you do not live. The Stoics refused to wait. They believed living well was not a reward for success. It was a discipline independent of outcome. You did not need better circumstances to practice wisdom, restraint, or dignity. You practiced them where you were. Living well to the Stoics meant acting according to values even when results were flat, even when effort went unnoticed, even when change was slow or absent. This is where character revealed itself most clearly. When nothing improves, the mind looks for escape. It searches for hope, distraction, or explanation. When none arrive, frustration grows. The Stoics accepted this plateau as part of life's rhythm. Not every phase is growth. Some are maintenance, some are endurance, some are simply waiting. They did not romanticize these periods. They stabilized within them. Another mistake people make is tying meaning to progress. If life is not moving forward, it must be wasted. The Stoics rejected this idea. Meaning came from how you acted, not what changed. A stagnant period could still be lived well through integrity, discipline, and clarity. This shift removes desperation. When improvement is not required for life to be valid, pressure drops. You stop forcing change. You stop measuring every day against imagined outcomes. You focus on conduct instead. The Stoics believed you could lose everything except one thing: how you chose to respond. This response was not passive. It was intentional. Calm speech, measured action, refusal to become bitter. Living well during stagnation also means reducing expectation. Expectation creates disappointment when nothing shifts. The Stoics lowered expectation not to become hopeless, but to remain grounded. When you expect fluctuation, stillness does not feel like failure. Another important practice was narrowing focus. When progress stalls, Thinking broadly increases frustration. The Stoics narrowed their world to what was manageable today: small duties, simple acts, careful attention. This created structure when the larger picture felt frozen. They also accepted that some lessons take time without visible reward. Patience itself was a virtue, not passive waiting, but active steadiness. Showing up without applause, continuing without evidence. Living well without improvement requires releasing the belief that life owes you momentum. The Stoics saw life as indifferent. It did not promise fairness or progress. This acceptance removed resentment. When nothing was expected, nothing felt stolen. Another danger in stagnant periods is self-erosion. You start questioning your worth. If nothing is changing, maybe I'm failing. The Stoics separated worth from outcome. Worth came from character. Character could be practiced regardless of circumstance. This preserved self-respect. Even in difficulty, they could say, "I acted well today. This was enough." Living well also meant finding stability in routine. When nothing improves externally, internal structure matters more. Sleep, movement, thought discipline. These anchors kept the mind from drifting into despair. The Stoics also practiced gratitude without pretending, not forced positivity, but acknowledgement of what remained. Breath, choice, capacity. This grounded them in reality instead of longing. Another key insight was refusing bitterness. When nothing improves, bitterness feels justified. The Stoics saw bitterness as optional suffering. It poisoned the present without changing the future. They chose clarity over resentment. Living well in stagnation also requires humility, accepting that not everything responds to effort. This does not mean effort is wasted. It means effort is its own value. The Stoics believed a good life was not defined by circumstances, but by consistency of principle. You lived well by acting reasonably, speaking honestly, and maintaining inner order, even when external order was absent. This approach creates quiet strength. You stop waiting for permission to live. You stop postponing peace. You stop bargaining with the future. As all the previous practices come together, emotional delay, neutrality, detachment, flexibility, you arrive here. A place where improvement is welcome but not required, where life is lived now, not later. This does not eliminate hope. It removes dependence on it. You can still hope for change without putting your life on hold. The Stoics trusted time without clinging to it. They acted without guarantees. They endured without dramatizing. Living well when nothing improves is not glamorous. It is grounded. It looks ordinary. But it is powerful because it cannot be taken away. When progress stalls, you do not collapse. When results disappoint, you do not disappear. You continue with dignity. This is the deepest layer of the Stoic reset. Reclaiming life from conditions, choosing steadiness over reward, living well because it is possible, not because it is easy. And in doing so, something often happens quietly. Life may not improve right away, but you do, not in leaps, not in milestones, but in depth. And that depth becomes a form of progress no setback can erase. As life becomes something you live regardless of progress, another weight often makes itself known. Burnout. Not the dramatic kind that arrives all at once, but the slow erosion of energy, meaning, and care. You keep showing up. You keep doing what's required. Yet something inside feels drained beyond rest. Many people respond by wanting to escape, quit, disappear, start over. The Stoics chose a different reset. They did not escape effort, they redefined it. Burnout is often misunderstood as working too much, but many people work long hours without burning out, while others burn out doing far less. The difference is not volume of work, it is the quality of effort, and where that effort is leaking. The Stoics believed burnout came from misdirected effort. Effort spent trying to control what cannot be controlled. Effort spent managing perception. Effort spent resisting reality. This kind of effort exhausts because it never resolves anything. Redefining effort begins with separating action from emotional strain. Many people exhaust themselves not through doing, but through worrying about results, meaning, and judgment while doing. The task itself may be manageable. The mental load wrapped around it is not. The Stoics removed this extra weight. They believed effort should be clean. You do what is required. You do it well, and then you stop. You do not replay it endlessly. You do not carry imagined outcomes with you. When effort ends physically, it ends mentally. Modern burnout often comes from effort without boundaries. Work follows you home in thought. Decisions replay, conversations linger. The Stoics practiced mental closure. When the task was done, attention moved elsewhere. This preserved energy. Another cause of burnout is effort tied to identity. You are not just doing the work, you are proving something through it. Worth, competence, value. When effort carries this burden, it becomes heavy. Any obstacle feels personal. Any delay feels threatening. The Stoics detached identity from productivity. You were not your output, you were your character. This shift lightened effort because failure no longer attacked the self. Burnout also grows when effort is disconnected from meaning. But meaning does not require passion. It requires alignment. The Stoics did not ask whether work felt inspiring. They asked whether it was reasonable, necessary, and done with integrity. This grounded effort in purpose without emotional demand. Another trap is expecting work to satisfy emotional needs. Validation, fulfillment, belonging. When work is asked to meet these needs, disappointment is inevitable. The Stoics kept work in its place. It was something you did, not something you leaned on emotionally. Redefining effort also means releasing urgency. Many people work as if everything is critical. This constant pressure keeps the nervous system activated. The Stoics distinguished between what required immediate action and what did not. Most things could wait. This reduced strain. They also paced effort, not through laziness, but through realism. Effort was sustainable because it was measured. They did not glorify exhaustion. They valued longevity. Another key shift is removing resistance. Burnout often contains anger. This shouldn't be this hard. I shouldn't have to do this. Resistance doubles effort. You work against the task emotionally while doing it physically. The Stoics accepted necessity quickly, so effort was not split. Acceptance did not mean liking the task. It meant not fighting its existence. Burnout also worsens when you overextend responsibility. You take ownership of things outside your control. Others' reactions, systemic problems, outcomes beyond your influence. The Stoics returned responsibility to where it belonged. Do your part, release the rest. This sharply reduced exhaustion. Redefining effort also includes rest, but not escape. Escape avoids effort entirely. Rest restores capacity for it. The Stoics rested deliberately. They did not use rest to numb themselves. They used it to return stronger and clearer. They also practiced variation. Mental work balanced with physical movement. Solitude balanced with engagement. This prevented monotony from turning into depletion. Another subtle source of burnout is constant self-correction. Always adjusting, always optimizing, always trying to improve performance. The Stoics limited correction. They reviewed briefly, learned what mattered, and moved on. Endless self-improvement drained energy without improving results. Burnout also thrives on comparison. You measure your output against others. You feel behind. You push harder. The Stoics measured effort against their own capacity and values. This removed unnecessary pressure. Redefining effort also means allowing effort to be imperfect. Many people burn out trying to maintain high standards constantly. The Stoics aimed for adequacy, not perfection. Some days were lighter, some heavier. Balance mattered more than intensity.
Effort became a rhythm, not a test.
As detachment from outcomes strengthens, effort becomes easier. You no longer carry the future while working in the present. You focus on what is in front of you. This reduces mental strain. Burnout also fades when you stop expecting effort to feel good. Effort often feels neutral or uncomfortable. When this is accepted, frustration drops. You stop adding disappointment to fatigue. The Stoics believed effort was honorable even when it was dull. This belief preserved dignity during hard stretches. Another important reset is recognizing when effort should stop. Not every task deserves full engagement. The Stoics practiced discernment. Where effort mattered, they gave it fully. Where it didn't, they conserved energy. Burnout often signals misallocation, not weakness. Redefining effort corrects this. As all the previous practices come together, detachment, neutrality, boundaries, flexibility, effort finds its proper shape. It becomes firm but not frantic, steady but not consuming. You stop trying to escape work. You stop resenting it. You stop letting it define you.
You simply do what is yours to do.
This is the Stoic reset for burnout, not quitting life, not chasing ease, but learning how to apply effort without self-erasure. When effort is redefined, energy returns, not as excitement, as capacity. And with that capacity, you realize something important.
You were never burned out because you worked too much.
You were burned out because you carried more than was ever required.
Once you set that weight down, work stops draining you, and life starts fitting again.